be spread by word of mouth, Blue 11, and that is a very effective way to spread your game by word of mouth, is look at the weird maniacal stories that were created about other games that were similar, and then build something that's manufactured to create. Not manufactured to create controversy, but manufactured to be spread. Apparently my blood sugar is going low. I was about to start playing. We have 3 minutes until the next ad break. I'm just going to run that and go drink a juice box, so we'll be back in a second. All right. Are you complaining, Pharaoh dude? Is there a problem? 90 minutes without gameplay. There's plenty of places to find gameplay on my YouTube channel. I'm streaming. It's part of the appeal. Is that I'm streaming. Anyways. Sidetracks and tangents are the point. Someone has never spent a bunch of time at an eye doctor, if you're saying that. Or sweet Kevin, or however you say your name. I mean, not even a rifle folder's good. For me, it was taking any kind of archery class. Just need to make sure that I have seasonal saves turned on. All right, cool. So, it's going to take me a minute to get back into the swing. But first, let's just read the named dwarves so that we know who's here. Asparicus, Azuri Archbane, Beardidonus, Bericles, Darius Cardron, Ezim the Limp, Goblinus, Granititius, Ice Blue, Jam Jalopy, Lanix, Lateran, Moreb, Orthoclus. Have I gotten any migrants recently? I don't think so. Ranger Rick, Salicon, Shorticus, Six, Udilicus, Euristes, which is maybe the funniest one, I'm not going to lie. Bendenvol? Bendival. Thanks for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. See things double but shifted in different directions, so you can never get the feeling of really being focused on a thing. You usually don't focus on anything. That's interesting. That's a similar description that I heard from somebody years ago who had a really lazy eye. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the brand new Prime subscription? Appreciate you, mate. Cheers. You did arrive in time, Chris. You did, in fact, arrive in time. Have I tried Icarus? I've had such a viscerally negative experience with every single open world survival crafting game I've ever played, Justice, that I'm not going to try a different one. Ben Dev Null. Okay. If those were capitalized, that would be much easier for me to come to terms with off the bat. But regardless, thank you very much for the Prime. Appreciate you. But yeah, I'm right-handed. My right eye doesn't work at all. At least that's usable. I can see light, but that's it. I can see light and determine the color of that light out of the very corner of my peripheral down in like the bottom right of my bad eye, which is my right eye. And then my left eye, I basically see out of a toilet paper tube. The rest is all unusable. So like I have peripheral vision, but again, it's light. That's all I can see is light. It's nothing immediately usable. So there is a theme to this fort. And if you heard your dwarf's name shouted or want to hear about how a particular dwarf is doing, feel free to ask me. I was born this way. The visual field, I was born that way, so I've always had this visual field vibe god. I have a thing called Coloboma, which you could go look up if you want. Coloboma, Coloboma, in both eyes, but it minorly affects my good eye, which is rare. Most people who have Coloboma just have no usable vision. I have a small amount of usable vision, so I'm very lucky. Give me a mo, Bismuth, but first I gotta delve into this challenge nonsense. Would help if I spelled it correctly. So, this is what we're doing. This is Sparta, if you didn't know. My population is set to 300. At least half of my fortress population must be active in the military. Crossbows and traps are forbidden. They're for cowards. Only spears, swords, and wrestling, and helms and shields may be equipped by military and used to fight. We have actually adjusted that. I am permitting leg armor, foot armor, and hand armor. We have obsidian short swords, as well as spears at the minute. Civilian dwarves have all labors enabled. That is kind of a remnant of the fact that this was written sometime around 2014. If ever activated, all cannot use, although I have activated like all medical skills and everything on everybody. If ever activated, cannot use quality weapons or armor. Basically, that means you cannot increase the value of items using like gems or other materials. Maimed dwarves, or perceived to be maimed dwarves, are incapable of being fully healed. This includes incurable spinal injuries in military dwarves. Devise methods of dropping them into pits. So you must be killed. They must be killed. You also have to devise methods of dropping liaisons down pits during meetings and yelling, "This is Sparta," at your monitor, preferably the elven diplomat when he tries to set your tree limit. Yes, but I'm not doing that to my own faction because that would be bad. So, yes, but. Demand goods be turned over from all caravans. Yes, but not my own faction. Recreation is forbidden, as well as any improving actions such as smoothing, engraving, or constructing things out of metals. What can be done with rock and wood, besides spears, swords, and shields. Parties following combat are acceptable. So if we get attacked by something, I can open a tavern for a season, is kind of how I'm thinking about that. Because parties used to be a different thing in this version of the game that they're talking about. Building city walls is considered weak and cowardly. Not forbidden, just weak and cowardly, okay? It doesn't say forbidden, it just says weak and cowardly. Under no circumstances is a male dwarf to ever wear a shirt. Togas are acceptable during leave. We can't make togas, so no male dwarves are wearing shirts. That's where we're at. Also, they do have this very important note, which is above suggestions are modeled on the popular movie 300. Allow me to reiterate. popular meme 300. Nobody watches that movie anymore. It's 2026. An adaptation of the actually pretty good graphic novel, both which are historically inaccurate. And for more realistic Dwarven Sparta, try reading the Wikipedia article on Spartan Society and see, this isn't Sparta as an actual reference. So that's our fort. Any questions? No? Okay, well, good. Don't ask me why I built a giant spider base then. But I did. I'm building a tower that kind of looks like a spider. I don't actually have anywhere for the military to officially work yet, so they're just kind of outside. As you can see, I've got a lot of the fortress on staggered training. We're going to have some real strong squads. I'm sure the moods are going to be excellent. Don't worry about them. And this is a giant hole. Now, this giant hole was one of the last things we did. And by one of the last things we did, I mean we literally dropped a whole bunch of rock all the way down into here. I haven't dropped anybody into the hole yet, so there's been no reason to shout this is Sparta. I did mutter this is Sparta when I dropped a portion of this down into here, but now I'm in the process of building a collapsible structure which is going to have a trading depot on it so that I can drop the elves into it next spring. This might be a crazy statement. I don't think Odysseus was a real person. So Poseidon, though, is TBD. But I don't actually think Odysseus was a real person. Now, I can't remember why I built this bridge. But that's okay. I have a lot of obsidian. I mean, now that I can't say anything on. That I have no firm evidence on. Also, would you believe me if I told you that I've only seen like an episode of the X-Files? Because if no, then I'm truly screwed. Homer was real? Yeah, somebody had to write the thing. But that's like saying Tolkien was real, but like, I'm sorry, Legolas is not a historically real character for Earth. Bridge or plank? I'm gonna make a bridge because it'll just be easier that way. I don't know. This is version MK1. Speaking of killing things, maybe we get to party. Bismuth, would you like a bearded dwarf? Also, hello, Tasty Velociraptor. Good username. Who are we up against? Vandal Wicked. Ooh, that's a good name. Osno Vandal Wicked. Vandal Wicked! But before we deal with dispatching of Vandal Wicked, is this a question for me or the chat, Devil Dawn? I have to ask. Because Q is a meaningless nonsense concept in conversation, and I don't know if you're talking to me. I don't know if you're talking to chat. Just address who you're addressing. At me if you're talking to me. At chat if you're asking chat. So I refuse to comply with your question until you ask it more clearly as to whom you may be addressing. I'm doing pretty good, Mogwai. And yourself? You would like a named dwarf with a glorious beard? Well then, you either have to be subscribed to Tier 2 on my blog at a point where I know that you've done it so that I can add you to the list, or you need to be in time to get the redemption when it's available, which will be in about 20 minutes. Any happy bearded works for you. All right. You are Zulban, who is embarrassed after having no shirt. That sucks. Getting sick is never fun. May you get well soon. Why did you build a spider base? Because somebody in chat said it looked like a spider, so I ran with it. I don't know, we're Spartans. I don't really have any reasons for anything. He sees others as selfish and conniving and is completely closed-minded and never changes his mind after forming an initial idea. He often feels lostful. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others and tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. Also, if you are subscribed at Tier 2 or Tier 3 here on Twitch or on my blog, you should be able to type an !Dwarf and skip the line. Just saying. I feel like I should remind people that every now and again. He is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Oh, also, I am actively working on another big video. I've been working on it the last 2 weekends. It's not done yet. To the person who posted a comment on my YouTube video that I uploaded yesterday, hey, please upload another hour-long video so that I can sleep. To which I have to say, I hope they've slept since my last upload, because only sleeping every 2 months is, like, unhealthy. You should find other YouTubers that also upload hour-long videos periodically. Maybe, like, 60 of them. And make sure that they upload on the schedule so you get one new one a day. Anyway, I personally see his introspection as important and dreams of raising a family. Like saltpeter and steel and pipe opal, as well as the color slate gray, mini forges, cats for their aloofness, and the sound of the brand of gold, and when possible prefers to consume rambutan wine and fonio flour, and absolutely hates jumping spoders. You have no family, but you are a member of the Ruthless Coven. Now, the Ruthless Coven, I need to remind myself of this. There is not a lot of variety in the religions in this world. As you can see, there's a few people who worship each of these gods, right? However, this god, Vukar, the god of murder, has 82 worshippers. And if you look at how many population we have, I think I found the favorite god. We have 47 worshippers of the Ruthless Coven, which have a temple complex already. And we've only just started, so we're still pretty young. Although I do need to make a Farmers Guild and a Stoneworkers Guild, so. Yeah, they wear water as hats. I have no idea how they could be hated, but I don't know. It's not up to me to ask. All right, so. Let's find this goblin. This is me checking all the chats to make sure I'm not missing anything. It's my Monday, folks. I don't think this goblin's going to make it into the fort. Because, like, that's the size of my military at the moment. So the real question is, how many of you guys saw the video from yesterday? Because I just want to show you guys this and ask what you guys think about this. The shit's wild to me. Like, kinda wild. It really is weird, but also kind of awesome. The biggest issue I have with it is stuff still jumps if you're one layer up, which is maybe weirder. Why are they moving like that? It inserts, it's like 10 extra frames or something in between movements. So it predicts, the game knows what direction everything is moving. And so it basically just like inserts extra frames in the graphical layer when they're moving from tile to tile. It does not work with Ascion, no, because it works in the graphical layer. It does weird shit when you move the screen while it's paused. I think it's best in adventure mode, actually. But it's like strange as hell. But like if the game's unpaused and you move the screen, it's fine. I kind of love it. like if the weird issues get ironed out, this could be awesome. But like, I'm not gonna leave it on all the time because this is just like nauseating. I have like a dozen little guides on World Gen. I don't have a comprehensive guide because I'm not an expert. I don't do guides for things that I'm not an expert on. Just straight up. So. So I don't know. I don't find it makes it any easier or harder to track the dwarves. Oops. But I do think it is interesting. I think for the moment, I also prefer the classic movement style. But that, I think, is just because of the inconsistencies and the issues. Like, moving the screen while the game is paused makes me prefer the old one and go, well, this is better. I think that if it was on every layer at all times, didn't cause any frame rate issues, and didn't cause any oddness when moving the camera like this, I would probably just leave that on all the time. I don't know what you're saying. Or if you're asking if that video, yes, that is the video I was referencing. Mesty's in YouTube chat. But it was really interesting because I put up a video yesterday talking about that plugin. And if you want that plugin, there's... I can just drop a link into the chat real quick. If you want that plugin, it's very easy to set up. It's just on GitHub. It's like 2 people. Actually, apparently there's 4 contributors now. There's a 4th contributor, but actually 3 contributors. I don't count Claude. But there's a link if you want it. It's just a DF hack plugin. It's called Smooth Movement. There's already been chatter that it might get integrated into DF hack proper, so it might just be one and the same with DF hack at a point, which would be really interesting. My mayor needs an office, so I should just do that first. Which would be really interesting. Might actually be potentially the most interesting part of that, if it happens that way. This is going to be my mayor's space. This is going to be my captain of the guards space. Oopsies. I thought I clicked that, but I didn't. But it was the feedback that I've seen, because I basically I made a video talking about it, talked about the issues with it, talked about how you install it, and then asked people what they think. Like, is this something you would use kind of deal? And I do actually have to say the response has been very interesting. Because I think from people who play Dwarf Fortress, they're like, it's one of 2 things. It's either, this is interesting, I probably wouldn't use it, and I probably wouldn't care if it was added as an official feature. Very small percentage of people have been like, I hate this. But a pretty large percentage of people, especially as the video has been out longer, have been showing up and saying, I played Dwarf Fortress for 2 hours and refunded it, or I played Dwarf Fortress for 10 hours and stopped, or I never started because the trailer was intimidating because I couldn't follow what the characters were doing. And it really makes me wonder, because like I don't mind the jumpy movement. It doesn't bother me at all. And I am a firm believer that if you play this game for a couple hours, not even, like minutes in some cases, you will learn to follow what's going on screen without issue. Like, I'm a pretty firm believer of that. However, not everybody's like me. Not everybody's a crazy person. And I do actually wonder how many people aren't playing this game right now that would if either there was an easy to install mod like DFHack that could do that, or alternatively, if that was a feature in the game. Because I've talked about that rendering style with the developers in the past, and it's always been that's something that could happen. It would take some time and probably isn't worth it. I don't think enough people care. I think enough people do, actually. I think it should be a toggle, but I do actually think that enough people care. I mean, it'll never be exactly like RimWorld. I mean, RimWorld's also a grid-based game, which I think is hysterical, actually. That people are just like, it should be off-grid like RimWorld. RimWorld's a grid-based game, guys. I hate to tell you. RimWorld uses grids. But something that RimWorld, or not a better example than RimWorld, actually, is like Space Station 13. Or, what's the name of that game? Keeper RL is another one. Because both of those games are explicitly grid-based games, but do the little slidey thing. And you can speed up and slow down that the little speed of it with a slider, which I think is great. I don't know. It depends on what you're actually doing. Like, I'm not, like, they don't need to showcase everything the dwarves do, right? Like, I think that the more visually obvious a game with graphics like this is, I do think I don't think you need to have, like, animations for eating. I don't think you need to have, like, I would love it if a dwarf picked up a meal, or picked up a rock, or picked up a barrel. It would show them holding that sprite, but it can still just be a static sprite. I don't think, like, you need animations for everything. I know that there's been people saying, like, it'd be great if when a dwarf was working a workshop, if, like, there was a little spiral thingy or something around them that was indicating that they were working a little hammer animation or something. Investments are open for the 12 of you who care. But, like, yeah, I don't think it needs to be too heavily overthought. I think it's one of those things where I think the two biggest bothers that I see people complaining about, at least in my comments section, which is, take it or leave it for how useful that is, but is dwarves teleporting and dwarves not facing the direction they're moving. What does that one do, Tibe? It's kind of Uncanny Valley for you. I wonder how much of that is Uncanny Valley and how much of that is you're not used to it. Like, the first time I saw it, Land and Hair, I was like, what the shit? For anybody, once again, wondering. I'm not going to leave this enabled because I'm recording this, and it does look awful a lot of the time. Like, when I first saw this, it was Uncanny Valley, and then I stared at it for like 30 minutes. And I will say, adventure mode is significantly better with this on. Just period. Because in Fortress mode, you don't have to follow what every single character is doing individually necessarily. But in adventure mode, you kind of do, especially in combat situations. And it's really nice to just see, like, that makes adventure mode easier for me to follow. And I've played quite a bit of adventure mode. So I don't know, man. I do wonder how much of the Uncanny Valley is just something that you'll get used to sort of deal. But what do I know? It does not work in ASCII. It's not designed to work in ASCII. So there's two different layers running, right? When you're playing Dwarf Fortress, the ASCII layer is like the dirt. Then there's the concrete, which is the graphics. Then there's the UI, which is sort of with the graphics, but not, well, UI is under the graphics technically. So there's the ASCII, there's the UI, there's the graphics. So what you modify in the graphics won't change the ASCII. ASCII is a separate layer. So know that that script does not affect ASCII at all. It's simply like a small addition to the renderer. That's all that it is. So, chat, I have a question. In the rules for this playthrough, I can't do some specific things for challenge reasons. Currently, the dwarves want me to make 2 guild halls. This was written before guild halls existed in Dwarf Fortress. Can I build guild halls? Because it says partying is forbidden and recreation is forbidden. Is a guild hall recreation? This was written like a decade before they were added to the game. So is a guild hall recreation, or can I build guild halls? A guild is work? Okay. Felkirk, I will be completely honest with you. Even if I could read that, I have no idea what you're talking about. I am simply following those rules and not any, like, Spartan things. So I have no fucking clue what you're talking about. So farmers and the stoneworkers are happening. So that's the stoneworkers. Let's do farmers. That's where you show up to get your daily tasks, I suppose. Ben Dev. Do I tend to prefer Fortress or Adventure mode? You have several hundred hours in Adventure, but only a dozen in Fortress? I have several hundred hours in Adventure. I have several tens of thousands in Fortress. I think Fortress mode is a more complete game. Like, the thing that I always, like, want to remind people is I don't play this game for fun. I don't play this game casually. If I played this game casually, I would probably play a fort, and I would probably play an adventure, like, twice a year. Each. I like them both for different reasons. I find adventure mode very hard to stream. And if something is hard to stream, I generally don't do a lot of it. Because I make a third of the money, basically. Like, that is the reason. I don't dislike Fortress mode or adventure mode necessarily. I just have a hard time playing it because it's hard to explain to chat why it's interesting. And often if a game does this is hard to explain to chat why it's interesting, I'm not going to play it anywhere near as much as a mode where I don't have that issue. Have I seen the game Caves of Cut? Hold on. No, what is that? Never heard of it. Sounds like some, like, weird niche artsy nonsense. Why would I ever play a game like that? Not even devilish, which is the funny part. Yeah, I mean, I could have a couple hundred more hours easily. Oh, well, I mean, yeah, I can't do that because dwarves can't get changed until they're 19, so. I know of that. I didn't know the word for it, Piggy Gamer.
Blind is spicy today. I love it.
I'm spicy? I'm in a good mood. Spicy usually means that I'm snappy. Sassy, maybe, but I wouldn't say spicy, but whatever word you use is fair. Hello, Talon. Hope your day is doing what it needs to do. I don't know. Hopefully. Hopefully. No, Bobby Jenkins. I took an HTML course once and I failed it. I'm not actually joking. It was 3 days a week for, what was that, like 8 weeks or something, and I wasn't giving a passing I wasn't given a passing grade. No, I've always just been an artsy kid. Like, if you want to actually, like, talk about, like, my interests as a person, I was always an artsy kid. Did you just subscribe at tier 1 and then move it to tier 2 for 6 months? If you get charged twice, I'm very sorry. Although I do have to add you to a list now. So I can check it twice and then find out if you've been naughty or nice. Now you can type in exclamation point soundboard or exclamation point annoy me to see the sound commands that you now have available. Devilish can give you the tour, I'm sure. And the other thing that you can do is use exclamation point Dwarf.
Tea Earl Grey, hot.
But the normal redemption is also up now. What kind of Dwarf would you like? Mogwai? YouTube title on this is Bait and Switch in a Good Way. What did I title the stream? I titled it last night. I'm trying to think. What did I title it? Making me worried. Oh. I didn't title it.
Over here, he has a sword.
That's also really funny. Not intended, but... Thanks for telling me. I still had the stream from last week's title on the YouTube stream. So I feel kind of dumb. Really dumb, actually. Oh, well. You need to tell me. Oh, glorious beard. Okay. Thanks for being non-specific. Much appreciated. No! No! He seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, is prone to strong feelings of lust. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and he often feels envious of others. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects and is brave in the face of imminent danger. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and tends to avoid crowds. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract and has a greedy streak. He generally is quite confident of his abilities when undertaking specific ventures and often acts with compassion. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass and chews on his cheek when he's bored. His hands are animated when he's surprised, and he holds his breath when he's nervous. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. I don't know, because you wanted a dwarf? I can not give you one if you don't want one. He dreams of mastering a skill. Thanks for the subscriptions, by the way. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally finds blind honesty foolish and doesn't really value merrymaking and doesn't care about friendship. Oof. He likes Daysite and Amber, Daysite Gold and Amber Opal, as well as Heberopterus. Patchy. No idea what that is, but they have chitin apparently. As well as leather armor and water buffaloes for their water wallowing. He likes the words of the intricate book and that's called the Cimmerillion. That's an intricate book, maybe not. War and Peace, that's an intricate book. Wheel of Time, also intricate books. Anyway, he prefers to consume giant Hore Marmot. Yeah, true, that'd probably be fine. As well as 2-grain wheat beer and absolutely hates bats. He has a very long beard, which is neatly combed. Completely unrelated to anything. I can't believe I've made it this far in the stream without saying this. I went to a punk show, an all-ages punk show this past weekend, on Sunday. And it was in a half-pipe in a skate park, indoors, which was awful. It was very hot in there. But aside from the part where it sucked, the music was great. Crowd was great. It was a lot of fun, but very hot in there. Outside, there was a big tree. Surprise, it's Canada. And in that tree, shortly after the first band started, a bird of prey like a hawk, this massive fucking hawk, caught a crow in the parking lot and then carried this crow into this tree and proceeded to consume it for the rest of the show. And people kept going outside, like looking up and seeing this like hawk just eating a crow in front of everybody. And it was one of the most punk rock things I've ever seen. Now that I've told that story, because it just popped into my brain, let's get back to Dwarf. You felt fondness after speaking with acquaintances. How do you feel about your shirt? You slept on rocks. Well, builds character and goosebumps. He didn't like seeing that human's dead body. Well, that's not my problem. And guess I should make some goblets and cups and mugs. We are running a little low on drink. I don't know. I had to censor censored. I'll check later. Man, I'll fix it after stream. If I don't fix it by tomorrow, yell at me. I have multiple copies of that sound file. It's also not hard to just get a censored beep. Again, I did just make that one. It is just a sine wave, so. Something collapsed. Stormwolf with a happy draw fit. All right, that's easy. Stormwolf. She has a strong tendency towards privacy, does not find most jokes humorous, and doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise. She is very greedy and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She tends to avoid crowds and likes to take it easy. She can sometimes act without deliberation, can handle stress, and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She is often cheerful and she has an active imagination. She starts talking to herself when she becomes exasperated, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally sees those that attempt to maintain dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive, values cunning, and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship, and doesn't see the point of working hard, and doesn't value merrymaking. Likes horn silver, electrum, as well as emerald and crystal glass, entitled dawn leather, sheep wool, and the color yellow-green. Beds, crutches, and alpacas for their long necks, as well as perch for their coloration and the words of the intricacy of learning, and when possible prefers to consume lychee wine and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. What's the value of this? Okay, what's the value of this? Okay. Well, only the Farmers Guild still needs to be finished, so I guess I just need a few more tables and chairs. Should do it. Heberopterus. Could you give me the Dwarf Fortress? Here, I'll just go look it up on Dwarfort so I know what it looks like in Dwarfort. That's like actually more useful in this instance. Oh, it's one of those thingies. Got it. eBrother in YouTube chat says, I spent a very long time watching VODs at double speed. You know, I used to get these comments back when I used to upload daily. Which was... And when I used to upload daily, my videos were just me talking really, really fast and not thinking too hard about what I was saying.
Time.
I used to get all these comments from people saying, real blind fans watch blind at half speed. So it's always very funny to see people saying that they watch me at double speed. It is, in fact, Dorfin time. Okay, so you are for the Captain of the Guard. I didn't miss anybody, did I? I don't think I did. This can also be the Captain of the Guard. Must be good quality chairs. Not really. Greg and then some. Thank you very much for the 16 months. Jack, can I get a big round of beers for Greg and then some? Atin Rip, hello. You know how places on the internet tend to add features that you don't want? YouTube keeps giving me these pop-ups directly in the chat that are just like, start a members-only live stream. No. Or start a goal. Enhance your super chats. Hey, YouTube is gaslighting me into thinking that I would enhance my YouTube super chats if I started a goal. Stop telling me this, please. I've clicked clear notice multiple times. All right, let's go over here. Oh, also, I'm not farming at all. So all my food right now is coming from gather zones. So I'm actually just going to go up to here. Just going to gather all this. I don't think so. Did you? Like, to my knowledge, nobody said start a cult. And if somebody did, I didn't hear it, so. Should probably actually just get rid of this side and widen this whole fucking thing. Widen you up to there. And move this to there. And then let's actually just get rid of these. And then build over top of this. That's probably the easiest way to do this. So Twitch has had subscriber-only streams for ever now. I don't even know how to do one. Darius. I mean, I say Twitch chat and YouTube chat all the time. Hanks. Like if I'm addressing both, I say chats, plural. If I'm addressing one specifically, I say the name of it, or if I'm addressing somebody specific, I say username, Hanks. Although usually if I'm addressing an individual in YouTube chat, I say in YouTube chat as an asterisk because I'm usually addressing people in the Twitch chat, but this is my faction, I think. Hold on, let me just double check. Why is Darius Cardrin considered a monk? I don't think he's a religious figure. Anyway, yeah, that is us. Weird. Yeah, I mean, he's just a militia captain. Why is he considered a monk? I've made multiple videos on that subject. Or multiple videos that include that subject. Bobby Jenkins. But that is the most self-explanatory thing in the world. Not to, like, be mean, but if you want to do that trick, it is this simple. You dig a hole, you put a row of minecarts at one end in track stops set to go nowhere, with the track stops set to dump to the right, and you fill it up with water, and that's it. It is, there is no fancy, mysterious trick to it. It is a one-step process. More or less. You dig a hole and you fill it with water with minecarts in it. But probably not. I don't really do specific tutorials for obtuse mechanics in this game. I There was a point in my history where I did, and I don't do that anymore. Big videos might include small tutorials hidden within them, but I don't do that specifically anymore. That being said, I can say this because it's not a secret. Tomorrow there will be a new beginner's guide, though, and I will continue to do those every couple of years when they're necessary. But there will be a new beginner's guide for Dwarf Fortress literally tomorrow. But I'm not going to do any specific advanced tutorials because it's not worth the time. Only have 15 short swords. Right, that's what I thought. Figurine. No, what else have I made? Crowns? No. I don't actually know what I've made. I knew that those were forbidden, but I should just start making bone crafts. I'll sell that because I don't need it. Probably have a pipe as well lying around somewhere. Yep, I do. Lurking from work, Mesa? Pretty good. Need to use the toilet, but pretty good. Noob question. Playing adventure mode for the first time and you keep one-shotting trolls, cyclops, giants. How did I grind your skills so much on wild? Did you grind your skills too much? Adventure mode is exceptionally easy. Once you like figure out how to get past like having no skills, adventure mode is like exceptionally easy. If you like understand how to grind. So if the question is adventure mode easy? Yes. You just, if you have a level of once you get to a certain level of understanding of Dwarf Fortress mechanics, there is no challenge whatsoever to adventure mode. Unless you fight a drag. Well, there's a difference between easy and like unfair. Or difficult and unfair, I guess. 2 seconds, chat. I need to use the washroom. I gotta take this. Hear me. The last big adventure I did was a 0 to hero, so I started with absolutely no skills in anything. You want to know how I got my combat skill up from 0 and everything? I waited until nighttime, went to a human city, and then went door to door, and I would pinch people who were sleeping's ears. And I would just pinch until I pulled their ear off. Then I would put down the ear, and then I would pinch their next ear. Took a while. But I did have very high combat skills eventually. And buy those 2 picks. Kind of want to buy those breastplates and just melt them down. Buying all of the bronze stuff. Is there only... I guess there's also the bismuth stuff. Oh, I'll grab those as well. I'll grab those as well. Might as well also grab some cloth. Some of this, some of that. Oh. Can't afford any of this. What am I doing? It's kind of expensive. Is there any cheaper stuff I can buy? Yeah, okay. Let's buy some food then. Like the cucumbers. On those, let's see if you'll take it. No, you won't? Okay. How about now? There you go. Yeah, you can block them with a shield, though, Jenkins. Yes, your average grandma could clearly suplex a train if real life worked with Dwarf Fortress adventure mode combat logic. That isn't to say that I don't like adventure mode. I do actually quite enjoy adventure mode. It's just it makes it very clear that, like, in some ways Dwarf Fortress is an engine with a game attached. And to me, that's what adventure mode really is it surfaces all of the side of Dwarf Fortress that is largely just an engine. Which I don't think is a bad thing. I think it just doesn't always equal the best gameplay experience, at least in its current form. I do look forward to the day where that changes, though. And I do hope it will. Sure. Sophic Ursus. Now I want to see a grandma suplex a train. Quick, hire an animator to animate that for you. Let's just do granite grates. Or actually, I could just do, you know, a drawbridge might actually be easier to do this. Yeah, let's just use a drawbridge. Let's just use a drawbridge. All those get built up there. Not the ship poster? Your resident artist. You mean you or the bean? Because you're an artist. Or no, this chat has a resident artist and a resident artiste. Guess which one you are, Suited. There you go. Elfie, you have to draw a grandma suplexing a train. And also a YouTube logo in a zoo. Sorry, YouTube folks, but... if you want me to address the YouTube chatters any differently, YouTube folks, please tell me how you wish to be addressed. I do wish to be inclusive for all platforms that I stream on. But I don't... Because I'm not addressing people in the YouTube chat as often, it's difficult to be like, all right, well... How do I address you? They're the other chat. They're that. We don't talk about that chat, Tackler. The tube folk. Oh, YouTubers. Bunch of potats. Quite enjoy Dwarf Fortress for what it tries to do, although even after 500 hours, you still have not seen a dragon, Hydra, or rock. They are very rare on default settings. Good evening, idle villager. How are you? How was your day? I hope pretty good. I do kind of think that down here, I should put a refuse stockpile. Are you telling me that the YouTube chat cannot hurt me if I don't acknowledge them, Piggy? Dustin Dude in YouTube chat says, I had one fort where dragons and rocks came to fight. You must have been close to them. Yeah, in order to like get a lot of dragons, you really need to adjust the default spawn rates, which kind of just is what it is. I think the captain of the guard's office should have access to the lever that can pull the "This is Sparta" on unsuspecting foes. Do I have brew drinks automated? Yes, I do. Just not many. Let's actually just increase that number pretty drastically. What's the conditions on that? If the drinks is less than 100. Actually, what if the drinks is less than 250? Then we'll brew drinks from plant. I mean, I recently pissed, but I wouldn't say that I'm really pissed. Grundig. Oh, that one person in the fort? Yeah. Sucks to be him, I suppose. Ironically, he's not actually stressed. Sorry about that. I actually did manage to get my sneezing out with the microphone muted for once. No, basically this dude arrived and then saw a dead body. Like, I'm pretty sure this dude arrived like as we killed that dude, who was definitely just like a criminal mastermind. I was like, you can't come here. So we just killed him, as is to be expected. And so that's why he's so pissed. Honestly, if the fact that like no male dwarves in this fortress are allowed to wear shirts. Wait. That is absolutely unacceptable. How dare you wear a shirt? Be shirtless. This is supposed to be a uniform that makes them naked. Excuse me. Dwarfus. Remove thy shirt. Or thy dress. I don't know. We're now in an ad break. But I will add this dwarf to this. I'm just gonna forbid all the upper body armor stuff. That could possibly be a shirt, although a bunch of ladies are gonna end up not wearing shirts at some point, and I don't know how I'm gonna deal with that. Where did that guy drop his shirt though? That's the real. Oh, there. Ah. blocking the doorway. Could just throw those away. Perfect. Please never bring that game up in my chat again, Creed. That's all I have to say to you. Glad it's received. I don't support homophobic Nazis, or Nazis in general. I also don't support crazy people that openly attack people for having different political opinions than them, regardless of what their politics are. I don't support people who dox moderators of a subreddit for attacking their game when in reality you're the one going nuts over 4 negative reviews on your game one week. I don't support people who then gaslight people into covering their game, insisting that you need to apologize for just simply going, whoa, you're nuts. If I have to elaborate more, you're dense. Go look up the developers' posts on the internet and leave me out of it. I don't cover crap. Don't ask me to. I don't fucking care how well that game is doing or what place it's in. I hope I don't need to say more. Another person? No, not really. Just popped one message and said, hey, please don't bring that game up again. That's it. Game in question, Soul Ash 2. Don't support shit. Don't support shitty people. Alright, do I have a set to dispose of... refuse. I can't remember. Gather those, please. Alright, let's also go to armor. Melt. And melt. Anyway, use your head noodle, Creed, please. Be greatly appreciated in the times going forward. Did I only build kilns? Huh. Really effed that one up. Oh, I do have a furnace. No, I actually don't have issues with RimWorld questions. I just don't want the entire stream to become about why RimWorld is different. So at some point, I just stop answering. But it depends on where I'm at in the week. RimWorld questions in and of themselves don't bother me. So if it's in YouTube chat. But no, it's a pretty simple rule. If you have a platform built around harassing people for making feature requests, or for doxing people for disagreeing with you being ridiculous, just congrats, you've lost all support from me. Period. You'd like a medical working dwarf. So we don't have that, really. I mean, I've got Erdim, the chief medical dwarf, but that exists out of practicality. Technically, every dwarf in this faction is a doctor, so I have this custom role called Spartan, which is literally everything that doesn't require a uniform. So every dwarf is technically a doctor. I could give you the chief medical dwarf if you want, though. But they're no different than other dwarves. Yes and no. I do not like production line builders or factory builders or conveyor belt games. I've tried several of them. Didn't like any of them, so won't ever happen again. I have no interest in Amazing Cultivation Sim. Good to know, Tibbe. Good to know. I do need to play some more of that. Noted, Stone. Ignoring. I feel like the struggle is part of the point of Astronauts, though. Chief would be awesome. Alrighty, Tiny. He cracks easily under pressure and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand and is moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance, rarely feels discouraged, and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding and doesn't often feel envious of others. He is often cheerful and prefers to present himself modestly. He has a habit of stretching his body during pauses in conversation. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors, but grumbles mildly at shit weather. He dreams of raising a family and personally sees those that attempt to conceal their emotions as vain and foolish. Values romance and values artwork and doesn't really value merrymaking. No? The Patrick? I kind of want to see the Odyssey, but that's just because I like his movies. I've enjoyed many movies. I really liked Oppenheimer. It was a good movie. But no, nobody cares about the drama surrounding the Odyssey because 10 people care. They're all on Twitter, and anybody who's still unironically on Twitter is silly and not somebody to be worried about. His sideburns are clean shaven, and his very long mustache is neatly combed, and his very long hair is arranged in double braids, and he has a broad body, and his teeth are crowded. Somebody tuned in right when I was babbling and asked if I was talking about the Odyssey. Which, like, if that's it's a slow news day for the people who need outrage to make a living. Levels of... That's all. It's good to be back. Oh, hi, Mark. Of course, you also worship the god of murder, but you're a member of the sect of Ash, which is a different religion, even though it's the same god. Bury Witches, the Doomed Nightmares is the name of the god that everybody here worships. I didn't come up with that. The game did. What is the, that particular sect? Sect of Ash. 8 worshippers, same god. Okay, makes sense. Well... pretty good. Astral Storm. Pretty good. You know, we got our metalsmiths. I've got, this is going to be a dormitory at some point. Slowly building out an area so that I can drop traders I don't like into lava and shout, "This is Sparta," very loudly. I might close my window before I do that, though. No, I need more accessible mechanisms. Just watch it. You either like it or you don't. Like, stop fucking being nitpicky about it because you listened to the epic musical first. I do actually find people getting mad about the Odyssey really fucking funny when they're like, it's not historically accurate. It's like, motherfucker, it's fantasy. Everybody they cast in that movie is beautiful. You get to stare at a bunch of really attractive people for like 3 hours. Who doesn't want to do that? The fuck's wrong with you? Just because it's like fantasy written a long time ago, it's still fucking fantasy. Like, those aren't real people. Anyway, Kraft's Dwarf has been... I haven't seen the Odyssey, but I would like to. I'll probably see it whenever it comes out of theaters and is available on streaming. Mad Top the Kraft's Dwarf has been possessed. With what? Lack of shirtness? They should make that movie, though, and force all of the people who don't like the Odyssey for the wrong reasons to watch that movie and claim that they enjoy it. They should make... Somebody should go make that movie, though. Somebody should make a one-to-one, word-for-word adaptation of the Odyssey. Somebody should go make that. Just... Someone should do that! That's all! Anyway, I need a glass. I need glass for this dwarf because this dwarf wants glass. It also can't be in English because it has to be the original like subject matter and context and like written material. It would probably just, in order for it to be like the actual vision of the author, it would just need to be an opium haze, right? It's like that other version of Dune that never got made. Do I even have sand? I do. This is going to be the Queen's quarters, by the way. Just to work on that. All right, so I've got these dwarves over here standing at attention. I need to find all of the male dwarves that are wearing shirts. I think it's just a Sob. Sob, Cogsack. Going to forbid your dress. And I'm going to forbid your dress. Although, since we're talking about unfortunate politics that upsets some people, can I just say, I don't get these complaints very often, right? Because it's usually just like genuinely people that don't have enough of a formed opinion about a thing to actually like say anything of value. But once in a blue moon, and I really mean in a blue moon, like this doesn't happen very often, somebody will pop into my YouTube comments section, yell about things being woke and how Dwarf Fortress would be ruined if they made it woke or whatever nonsense, and how I can't have my dwarves running around in dresses and skirts. And then I read that and I go, wait, hold up. Are you being ironic? Because like this entire faction is wearing dresses. It's like genuinely the hardest goddamn laughs I have is when somebody seems like they're actually like a very angry, like person from the right age category and part of the internet with the right profile pictures to be that person in my comments section talking about how they love this game and how it would be destroyed if. Yeah. That sounds like it would smell awful, Bobby Jenkins. Jason and the Argonauts is basically Ancientgrease because the Expendables. That's also kind of 300, but God. Until they made the freaking dragons gay. Yeah. It sucks when it happens, but it is actually quite funny. Truth be told. You are connected to nothing at the moment, so let's deconstruct you. Now that's just weird, Arcloid. Arcloid in YouTube chat says I saw someone in the DF Discord, I assume you mean the KitFox Discord, get upset because you couldn't force women to wear veils. The weird part about that is, like, I feel like if you were determined enough, that's something you could mod in, though. It's like, I remember one of the first mods to release on the workshop was something that removed all other skin tones aside from white in Dwarf Fortress and got almost immediately booted off of the workshop. And I was like, yeah, that seems about right. Somebody would think that's funny or okay. A bunch of livestock to butcher. do need a RAM. Okay, cool. I do have at least a RAM, so I don't need to download more. That's good. That's basically all of them that I do. Chow Chen. Do not, under any circumstances, type an exclamation point challenge or exclamation point goal and look at the theming that I'm rolling with this. Have I done that theme in particular? No. But if you watch any of the videos that I make about different forts, they're all themed. I mean, like, if somebody wants to make a super elaborate mod that makes it a possibility that some dwarven factions wear face veils and they're willing to tolerate male dwarves wearing them too, then yeah, I guess you could do that. But, like, that, I mean, face veils in and of themselves in Dwarf Fortress are kind of neat. I guess, like, the different parts of that complaint I'm not bothered by, but yeah, I do agree with your with the sentiment that, like, the desire in and of itself is kind of fucked up. And I agree. All right, so the real question is, can I get you some sand? I'll just sell all these seeds. Sell some of that. I'm just gonna bring anybody to trade because I just need to get some sand. Yeah, it's like something, a percentage of dwarves are bi and a smaller percentage are like only interested in the same sex, but it's not actually that common. It's one of those, it can happen and it's kind of a neat novelty. Yeah, no, they don't have any sand. Shite. Fuck. Well, I'll buy that. Yeah, so that glassmaker dwarf's gonna die. And I don't think there's any sands in the caverns. Let's double check. Might be able to force it to make some sand appear. A lower cavern there? I mean, it doesn't... Well, I mean, yeah, I can sell the shirts, but you can't sell shirts if they're still owned, and it takes a couple months for them to lose their ownership when they're forbidden. Usually, so... I have sold several sets of shirts already, I guess is what I should say. I don't know what the initial percentages was, but I don't think it was that high a percentage. At least I didn't see it that often. I mean, here, let's just, like, do a check. Gaydar. Well, that dwarf's asexual, so we'll never get married and never have a lover. Gaydar. That dwarf is bi. It's definitely Greek. She's straight. What about you? Is straight. What about you? Is ace. What about you? Is straight. What about you? Will marries males but likes females. Can't have female lovers but will only marry males. Likes males. Will marry males and will marry females. Beagle Wheel, thanks for the $1 in bits. Appreciate. Means a lot. Cheers, dude. I want to say that that was written out of frustration, wasn't it? Like, that was always Putnam's description of it, too, Clino. Was that it, that checker was written out of frustration due to, you know... So in YouTube chat, mentions that men used to wear gorgeous dresses, at least if you were not involved in hard labor. It's almost like pants. Kind of hard to make. As well. And it's much easier to include a shit ton of additional fabric if you just make a big flowy piece of cloth. There's lots of places in society where men effectively wore what we would describe as dresses in the modern world. Lots of instances of that, even in like recent history. The term dormitory in a bedroom to describe roommates is very funny to me, Idle Villager. Twitch chat out here just writing fan fiction. Let's just get them a dorm. Half of this will be a militia dorm, the other half will just be a dorm. Or maybe I'll just make two. I'll just make two. This will just be normal dorm. Also, Creed, I presume you're still here. All of this is your fault, by the way. You started this entire discussion. Alright, so we've now got a dormitory built. You also have separate beds, which are just slowly getting added to as time goes by. Should be dormitory. That would probably be quite easy to mod. I would also like to reiterate that building walls around a city is cowardly. Not that I can't do it. It's just cowardly. That is all. So I'm not saying that I'm cowardly. I'm just saying that building walls is inherently cowardly. Don't tell China. Walls work till they don't. Do they? I don't know, man. Temple in a priest to the Ashen Order and the Fatal Faith. So this is the base level temple. I'm kind of tempted to go up one layer and build another temple and then go up a layer and then build another temple. What do you think? Just slowly populate this tower with more floors. Maybe go up 2 levels. Like up to here. It always irks me a little bit that they have to have somewhere to stand, so I can't just build them all at once. Tower of Babel? I don't think that was Sparta, but that is a tower. This is true. Building walls does imply that you can't... building walls implies that you're trying to keep somebody out, which means that you're not comfortable with them being there. And you can't make them leave on your own. So... yeah, that. Just to throw people into the pit? How high is the highest point? Layer 70? I could build a tower next to the pit that goes all the way up to layer 70. It's only 20 levels. It would take a little while, but I could do it. I've got plenty of obsidian. It'll be very obsidian heavy, though. Thankfully, they did make the best Fallout game, so... Allegedly, I've never played it. At least not in any amount that I would say is enough for me to be able to say anything one way or another on the matter, but... Troy? I did play Total War Troy, though. Wonder if that movie was any good. I've got some, like, oddly fond memories of the fall... It's a movie, right? The Fall of Troy. I know it's also a band, but... Fucked that last piece up. There we go. Both good, but very dated. True. Yeah, that would make sense. Troy with Brad Pitt. Is that the movie I'm thinking of? I remember watching a movie of Troy a long time ago and, like, not really thinking much of it. You're happy that... honestly, I'm just happy that Tim Kaine has a YouTube channel. He's my favorite YouTuber. Actually, that's not true. Probably One Take Schreier is my favorite YouTuber. At least when it comes to video game stuff. Oh, also, I should mention... This is a beehive that is full of bees that exists purely to sting anybody who decides to be dumb enough to worship outside. Because they should be worshiping inside in the Profane Abbey, or I guess in the future, one of the other ones that I'm about to put up here or here. So that's what this is, and why there's constant dead bees and also bee stings happening. In case anybody was wondering. Are you good over there, Suited? Drooling? I mean, if somebody is drooling, they probably fell asleep on their desk. Vexed. Real men worship shirtless with the bees? I guess so. And I mean, like, who am I to deny your true vision of masculinity? It's certainly self-curated, J.S. Morin. It's certainly self-curated. Chat, my coffee mug is empty. I'm going to go fill it up with water, so I trick my brain into drinking water instead of more coffee, which I don't have. So instead of doing that, anyway, because there's an ad break happening for the next minute. So I will be back momentarily. I've returned with a coffee mug full of water. See who is the toughest? I guess it depends on whether or not it's like a flex or not. And whether or not they value the bees. Laced with coffee? No, I rinsed it. So there's no like coffee remnants left in it. I already consumed all of my coffee for the day. Which is, 400 mils-ish? Someone has a water bottle filled with coffee? That's like one of the least offensive things you could put in a water bottle. Although I did make a mistake once. I filled a thermos that I had up with coffee, and then I was unable to put anything else into that thermos for all eternity because it all just tasted like coffee. I was never able to quite get that brand thermos cleaned enough so that it like was usable as a normal thermos again. Okay, so you is going to accept those 2 temples. So I just kind of realized how I've screwed this up. I need to get rid of some of these, specifically these ones. Otherwise, that's going to double up the table count here, and that's not good. Don't want to do that. I'm also going to need to make more tables and chairs. Fun! Do I have an altar? I don't. Bars. What bars do I have? I've got silver, copper, some aluminum, and iron. Let's make... Oh, also... Did they... I'm just gonna claim all this. Melt all this. Just melt all that. Because there's quite a few things in there that I want to melt down. I'm going to make 3 bronze altars. Forge bronze altar. 3. Gotta face like one of the... Yeah, true. Like, if your face just looks like a mashed up pile of... Then, yeah. Got a face that looks like it went through a meat grinder at some point, right? The Fatal Faith is the first of 2 temples. And our sacred leader of the Fatal Faith is going to be... I kind of want to give it to Orthocles. I'm just going to give it to Lytast, who's the most qualified. All right, that is now available and up and down and done. And then up here is going to be the last one, which is going to be for the Ashen Order. Because some ashes are in order. It took a long time to organize them all, let me tell you. Wow, that was quick. The Ashen Order is going to go to... I don't know, it's you. And I've got more floors I gotta fill in. Trying, Sergeant Donut. How about you? And will be for 4 hours. When it gets to the point where it's like above 25 at night, which doesn't happen here very often, I generally just take my biggest fan, point it directly at me, and then turn it up to full blast. Just let it run. And that usually keeps me functional. Usually being the key word there. But it does take some time to feel fully okay. I need to go to my farmer's workshop. Where is it? You are spinning thread. Good, good, good. Oh, that's all reindeer hair thread and yak hair thread. Okay, we are getting some. I'm just gonna say make me bags. Let's make yarn bag and let's do 30. So type in exclamation point goal or challenge, either or. More than half this fort is currently in the military, so finding a bearded dwarf in the military is going to be very easy. Finding a bearded dwarf in the military that doesn't fucking hate it, not so easy. Also, I need to make some more rock short swords. Actually, bronze spears. All right. Yeah. You seem happy. Ish. This is the most ancient Spartan name. Sergeant Donut does not easily fall in love, rarely develops positive feelings, is slow to anger, and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and doesn't often feel envious of others. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living and tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions and tends to consider what others think of him. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. This is Dwarfta! Yeah, Darsta. Darpsta? Nope, no, it doesn't work. Dorpsta? Let's just stick with Sparta. He personally finds sacrifice to be the height of folly, has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, and doesn't respect a society that is settled into harmony without debate and or strife. Ideally both. And dreams of raising family. Because this is a story about family, if you didn't know. He likes pitch blend and pig iron and sard, as well as kangaroo bone in the color sepia. Maces, large gems, and, of course, splints. Olms, and for their gills and the sight of the cyclopean glosses when possible prefers to consume. Date wine and absolutely hates fire snakes. He has a broad body made and a very long beard. He is married to Onul, the miner, and you have a pet dog named Hercules. Perfect. And you're a member of the Craftsdwarfs Guild and the Ruthless Coven. How many children does he have? A dog named Hercules. I don't know, he's working out a lot, and his wife's worshiping something. I'm actually just going to go back to labor for a second here. Let's save skulls, save bones, dump shells, save skins, save hair and wool, dump other objects. So there will pretty consistently be dwarves throwing stuff out. I'm also just going to dump all that periodically. So me saying dump other objects means anything that's considered refuse that's been assigned to be thrown out is just going to be thrown out automatically now going forward. As well as all of this. Okay, so you're connected. Connected, and then over here boop. It seems like it's one bigger than the other side. I'll just get one smaller. Okay, I see where I went wrong. Padoop. Oh. Still off by one. Padoop. There we go. The sound effect is necessary. It helps with efficiency. I'm not gonna lie though, Hercules is a pretty good name for a dog, Donut. But Paul is probably a good name. Although, for me, the name Paul is like polluted by the movie Paul, so I would like imagine Paul being like a little alien dog, you know? Ranger Rick, thank you very much for the 41st month. Welcome back. Appreciate you, dude. Thanks muches for continuing to support the channel and hang around and things. Oiled system? Everybody likes a well-lubricated machine. Giggity. Walls can be walls even if it doesn't surround something. True. My Duke of Atreides! Paul of Atreides? The dog? The pooch of Atreides. Dumping honeybee remains is a sentence. Wee. Oh, you're making charcoal. Not at all what I thought you were doing. I love just this tree directly in the middle of this. It's kind of a buzzkill. Yeah, well, I mean, it grew full size in front of the new bridge. I'm going to have to probably put a dirt road there for a bit. A well-boiled icicle. So it flows like water? You saw you got turned into a were creature? You did, yeah. But that wasn't in this fort. That was in a previous fort. That was a fort where you named a dwarf, and I completely missed it until after you'd left. And then named you a dwarf, and then they died the next stream. I mean, bicycles should be greased. So oiled is one word you could use. Oh, I see. A well-oiled icicle. I get it. Okay. Also, the dwarf that was trying to make glass for some dumb reason is now stark raving mad. So the reason there's two dwarves is one of them is insane. Unfortunately. Although I think that would put you over here, wouldn't it? I don't know. No, it didn't. Does anybody else remember when bees were food? What's my opinion on astronauts? I want to play more of it, if that means anything. But to put it bluntly, I made 35, 40-ish% less money last week than I did the week before and the week before that. Way fewer people tune in, and I make a lot less money when I stream games that aren't Dwarf Fortress. And I happen to really like Dwarf Fortress. So I would like to play more. I wish more people tuned in when I was streaming it. I will stream more of it this week. That was in relation to astronauts, which I streamed all of last week. Oh no, in-game, bees used to be considered a foodstuff. So right now there is 20,000 bees in one hive and 10,000 something in the other hive. And I have 2 beehives. And 5 years ago, I would have 40,000 food right now, and the number would be changing constantly. Because the game thinks that each bee is a unit of food. Or at the time did. So, because the dwarves crave the spicy raisins. Every now and again you do have a dwarf who prefers to consume bees, but that's pretty rare because they, So, fun grim fact about Dwarf Fortress. All vermin are considered food because that's what dwarves eat when they're dying of starvation. They will just grab random bugs and eat them. So because all vermin are considered food, technically, they're food. It's this toad is food. according to could be food in case of great distress. So, because bees are vermin, the game just considered those all food, and if you put bees into a beehive, they would just be added to your food list. That was one of my favorite weird eccentricities of the game for a while, but it's very good that it's been fixed quite a while ago. You were talking about Titania about the historical bee nonsense in Dwarf Fort? Gotcha. Your next fort, when you're done with your current one, is going to be 16 years, and you're going to do the Doomer challenge. I don't know what that is, but good luck. I wish you the best of luck with your whatever that is challenge. But yeah, well-oiled bicycle, well-boiled icicle. I get it. Yeah. As opposed to a bell-foiled tricycle. All right, now we got our dirt road down by the entrance. I mean, I got a lot of work still to do along here. I'm just going to build scaffolding. I'm actually just going to use literal clay for the scaffolding. Those look weird. Charcoal, etc. Don't knock finely minced bees until you've tried them. What if I do though? Knock the finely minced bees and then not try them. Oh. This was supposed to, so for those of you who don't know, because I haven't really mentioned it much, I have a queen in this fortress. We inherited the queen, like, almost right after the fortress began. And we had 16 dwarves, I think, because, where is it? This, right here. Silvery Shell, which now has 3,000 goblins in it, was taken over by these goblins down here. So these goblins invaded here and took over this. So, yeah, that killed my queen, and so now I have a queen in the fort. My loss? I mean, I'm actually quite happy about it because it's a fun bit. Also because Granititious has become the queen. So I'm just, can satisfy her needs and whatnot. Making her a throne room up here on the hill, which seems, I don't know, correct. I was gonna kind of give it a little bit of a support structure, so it's two layers high maybe, and then have like a trench around the edge of it so it looks dramatic. Should be fun. But yeah, I quite like having nobles, so it's not a negative to me in the slightest. I think it's just kind of a fun addition to this fort. I grinned so heavily when that happened. I was like, yes, let's go. I actually quite like it when the game does that to me, and it doesn't do it very often, so it's a treat. I'm just happy that it was given to one of the dwarves in my fort that has a funny name. I feel like this is a conversation you have with Tanya every 6 months or so. Maybe every couple of years, Glenno. Will there be a moat? Moat? Specifically? No. Aqueduct? Maybe? I could do an aqueduct. What's this challenge about? It should be in the description of the YouTube stream. Let me double check. This is more just for me than anything. Simply put, dwarves are not allowed to wear shirts. I have to get 300 population. Everybody has to be in the military. No male dwarves can wear shirts. Everybody has to be in the military. Well, it's half the population needs to be in the military. No improvements. Stuff can only be built out of wood and stone unless needed. Everybody must do all tasks. No partying, so I don't have a tavern. We have to kill stuff to have a tavern. So if we win a victory after a battle, I can open a tavern temporarily. I have to throw any diplomat that shows up into a big hole and shout, "This is Sparta." I have to steal stuff from every caravan that isn't my own faction. I mean, I didn't write it. Like, this is Dwarf Fortress culture, man. Change your population to 300. At least half your fortress population must be in the active in the military. Crossbows and traps are forbidden. Spears, swords, shields, and wrestling helmets and helms and shields may be equipped during the military and used to fight, although we're also allowing leg armor, foot armor, hand armor. All weapons and armor must be made from bronze as a bonus. Civilian dwarves must have all labors enabled, which I actually did, except for the stuff that requires uniforms or specific assignments. Civilian dwarves, if activated, cannot use quality weapons or armor. Maimed dwarves are perceived to be incapable of being fully healed, must be killed. Devise methods of dropping liaisons down pits and yelling, "This is Sparta," at your monitor, preferably the elven diplomat when he tries to set your tree limit. Demand goods be turned over from all caravans, which I'm not doing from my faction, but everybody else I am, which is why I'm already at war with somebody. Recreation is forbidden, as well as any improving actions such as smoothing or engraving or constructing things out of metals. What can be done with rock and wood besides spears, swords, and shields? Parties falling in combat are acceptable. The building walls around a city is considered weak and cowardly. Not against the rules, just weak and cowardly. Under no circumstances is a male dwarf to wear a shirt. Togas are acceptable during leave. We don't have togas, so thus no male dwarves are wearing shirts. Hello, Ace. I'm still impressed after all these years that you have the username Ace. What's up, dude? It's been a while. How you been? All right, is that enough of a TLDR? Are we all caught up, chat? No, it suggests that I throw them into a pit. It says, divides methods of dropping liaisons down pits during meetings and yelling, "This is Sparta," at your monitor. It doesn't specify that you have to kill them. Rolf, thanks for gifting us up to Ace. Welcome back, Ace. And good shot, Rolf. I might need to do it again. God damn it. If I say it fast enough, can it be fit in the clip? What is my number of clay bricks? Okay, not nearly enough. I'm going to, I think, also allow wood in this stockpile. Make a track stop right here. Make a wood stockpile right here. Add a new route. Load wood. Load from here. Get rid of these. Do I have another minecart? No, I don't. Well, okay. Make me a minecart then. And let's just get everybody on hauling for a little bit. I mean, it simply states, devise methods of dropping liaisons down pits during meetings. It's not specifically set, like, when or why. It just says during meetings. And it also doesn't state that you need to kill them. And it does say preferably the elven diplomat when he tries to set your tree limit. So it doesn't state that you need to kill them. It doesn't say when or why. It just says you need to devise a method of doing so. And I'm taking that to mean that you have to drop them down a pit every meeting. That preferably reenacts that this is Sparta's sequence in that movie, which does equal killing them. But it does not say pit should have spikes in the bottom. But my pit has lava at the bottom, which I think is more effective than spikes. This is also more of a dunk tank than a big pit anyway. Let's wait until this minecart's done. Boop. Oh, I'm sure they would have. I mean, they just used a very, very, well, in that movie, it's just a really deep hole. Do you even... It's been a while since I've seen 300. You don't actually see the bottom of it, do you? It's just a deep hole. Pretty sure. The messenger might still be falling. It's a hole from Star Wars. They stole it from Palpatine. I have a genuine question to person in YouTube chat. Are you being ironic? I'm going to read this because I think it's funny. That's some shirtless and elvish / gay stuff. Building from wood? Blech. Yeah, 300 is pretty gay. There's a lot of homoeroticism in that movie. That movie's pretty gay. Totally here, just double checking for your brain gremlins. Good to know. I'm glad that your brain gremlins are double checking, and we need brain gremlins around because they do keep us on our toes and make sure that we are being accurate with our information. I hate to break it to you, Wrath of Seth, but they did actually make a sequel to 300 Spartans. 300 has a sequel. Also, we're in an ad break. I thought it was about to start, but we're 30 seconds in, so I'm just going to pause. But yeah, having seen the sequel to 300, it's pretty fucking terrible. I mean, it's more of that, but it very much has heavy direct-to-DVD energy. The sequel to 300 is lame. The original 300 has its place. Like, it's a terrible cartoon that really has nothing to do with Spartans, but, like, it was it was a moment in time. Okay, this clay bridge looks like a metal bridge and also looks kind of awesome. Why does rough clay bridge look so good? What the hell? I might actually have to use that for things. Since earlier people were yapping about the Odyssey, people being mad at the Odyssey being dumb. It's something I feel the need to mention is There's a dude on YouTube I watch sometimes, and there's a line in a video that he uploaded on that subject, where he's like doing a skit with himself, where a person says, "But that person is gay," and everybody was very straight in ancient Greece, followed by, "Sir, let's talk about ancient Greece." A mislabeled Sprite? Very much no. Probably more, because the way the sprites for stuff like floors and bridges are, is there is a color assigned with a material type. So if anything, it's probably assigning metal, but it's using the right color, but it's probably assigning metal when it should be assigning a stone. I'm not complaining though. I think it looks really nice, actually. So don't give away my secrets of how to make cool, gold-looking bridges. I've heard it's like just a very fun movie. But people are like, "Oh God, you cast a black person," and pretend to be mad on Twitter so that they make money off of rage clicks. And it's come up once or twice because it's like either person spends too much time on Twitter, or alternatively, how do I put this? Or alternatively, they just think it's funny. I want to make fun of people that are mad about things that are dumb. Clearly. I mean, oh my God. There's a point where like I should just stop talking. It's like, I feel like a lot of, politicians are already doing that. There you go. Way ahead of you there. I mean, that's fine. You can just not like a movie and not see it. Slow news day for shitty people is the way I read it generally. Like, you can dislike a movie because you just don't like a movie, but you can also dislike a movie for the wrong reasons. And if the reason is, I don't like that this person is in this movie because of their skin color, then like you're probably disliking the thing for the wrong reasons. Nerd. That's all I have to say to that, Suited. So it's a piece of fiction, Garfield, from historic times. You know, it's also a piece of fiction from a time before ours? Shakespeare. You know what my parents have been trying to convince me to go see? And I'm mostly just not doing it because I don't feel like spending a day and a half doing that, is going to Bard on the Beach this year. Bard on the Beach is Shakespeare performances in Vancouver. They basically take over a huge chunk of one of the main parks in Vancouver, and they put on Shakespearean plays. And a shtick that they've had going for their tragedies specifically for the last few years, I think it's 2 years, is it's Shakespeare renditions of plays, but it's all performed by goblins because they ate the cast. So they're doing horrifically tragic tragedies performed by human actors wearing masks, pretending to be goblins, pretending to be Shakespearean actors putting on these tragedies. It's normal to reinterpret fiction. There's nothing historically inaccurate about it. It's an interpretable story. Bart on the Beach is a very different thing. Although I would be down to watch a Shakespearean play put on by people pretending to be The Simpsons. Absolutely. But you can question things for the wrong reasons, in my genuine opinion. You can just be like, I don't like the movie. But when people say it's too westernized, that just is like, okay, so you just don't like people then. Because it's a made up story that can't be westernized. Really. And it's kind of not, but first gay power couple. But yeah, just be careful with your propaganda is what I will say. It's just a testament to the writer's skill, and if it's a good, compelling performance of the text, then it's a testament to the actors performing the play. I really like the look of that table there. It looks nice. All right, you need what? Weird. Whoa. Sorry, I just read something in the YouTube chat that I'm not going to repeat. Wow. That's a take, man. That is a grim take. People complain about these things never actually go to theaters or movies. Yeah. People also forget that Shakespeare was relatively cheap and trashy for the era. Yeah, that's something that I really like, actually, about Shakespeare. Even though I actually don't super like Shakespeare. I like the fact that he was kind of like raunchy plays. He was like the AC/DC of his era. Cheap and trashy. All right, well, what the hell do you want then? Because I got plenty of bars. Do I have leather? Yeah. Rough gems. Yeah. Quarry. Stack leather, shining blades of metal. Famously, yes. Tibet. Could be specific metal. That was like the next thing I was kind of thinking. Lead. Oh. I don't think I have lead on this map. The elves sure as hell ain't gonna bring me any. Oh, it was a Cyclops. I was like, what did I put? I remember putting that there. I just couldn't remember what it was. I was like, was that a Forgotten Beast? No, it was a Cyclops. I already have more than 30 dwarves in my military, Andre. No, rough gems just means uncut gems, of which there are kind of tons. No, they probably just specifically want lead. It's like I've got garnerite, but that's not lead. There's Galena. I don't know if I'm going to dig through the edge. If I actually just go down to about here instead. All right, there we go. Except actually, let's just bump up the priority on this a little bit. Just go up to priority 2. But yeah, no, all the lady part, all the parts that were representing women in Shakespearean plays were played by men because women weren't allowed to act, if I'm not mistaken. Like, I'm pretty sure that that was just like a job that women weren't allowed to do. Like, I could be wrong, but also First Hex is a pretty good name. You never forget your first hex. Yeah, it's like your firstborn child. The first time you bewitch somebody. This is actually really awkward to get to right here. I don't know if they can even get to that, so. A Snatcher! Think of the childs. Let's see how many of these dwarves are currently equipped with weapons, and if we kill this thing, we get to party. I don't think we're going to catch him. I think he's going to get away. Dungeon sizzled! It's getting hot in here. Lots and lots of oil, too, Grundig. You know, I saw a meme post a while ago. This was around the time World of Warcraft Classic was coming out. And I kind of agree with this. They should make the Lord of the Rings Classic. So we should have the not the Lord of the Rings, the Olympics Classic. Why am I saying Lord of the Rings? Literally looking at the YouTube chat and seeing Lord of the Rings. Reading one thing and saying another thing. They should make the Olympics Classic and just bring back all of the original sports as they were intended. Is there a child in the Snatcher's bag? No. No, there never is. But they're free bags, so they're useful. What are you in conflict with? Weird. There we go. Doing what we're supposed to. Also, is there even any children in this fort? There's literally one child and it's a baby, so mom's still carrying it. Lord of the Rings Classic. I mean, no, I mean, they should make the Olympics Classic. Hence why it was said in a Warcraft Classic line of thinking. Yeah, no, absolutely. 100%. And the oil. It should be like it should be aired on public TV and be like Kateshi's Castle. In fact, the fact that nobody's like done that as a reality show yet is kind of astonishing to me. Chariot races, of course. I can't remember. Was I tossing corpses into the lava? Or was I burying them in coffins? I think I was throwing them into the lava. That was the dwarf that went insane because I didn't have glass. I mean, obviously. Why would you forget that? Shoelace? I don't think they had... Did they have... I guess they had shoelaces. They had sandals, right? Checks out. Why not both? Sure. Okay, so I'm going to, I guess, continue building out this little tiny tomb thing right there. And we will throw that body into the lava. Goodbye, Medtob. May you live on in the warm, cozy pit of lava as opposed to the bee stings and what we have up here. So it's just a very experimental burlesque show, Tygo? You just leave a bunch of dinosaurs on the front door? Wee! Chat, can I get... I don't know, a 21 gun salute? A round of beers for good old Medtob for deciding to make stuff out of glass, and we don't do that here. I tried, but... We obviously just don't do that here. I'm going to be not upset, but mildly disappointed if it turns out that this Galena is actually not accessible. We'll try. There's tetrahedrite. Oh shit, no, that's tetrahedrite. That ain't even Galena. Where's the Galena then? I saw Galena down here. Did I not? Oh, there's the Galena. It's further down. That's fine. Oh. Well, that's awkward. I have to to go around this. I was kind of worried that I would hit another part of this cavern layer, but... It echoes for the vibes in regards to that floor. It's all just for the vibes. Don't worry about it. The vibes are immaculate. What Nasty Ninja said. Like the stream, you bearded bastards. What am I playing at with the lava? I'm trying to get some Galenas so that the dwarf that really wants lead, I'm presuming, can make stuff out of lead. Because I've got an artifact that's trying to be made and they want lead. And so I'm trying to get to this Galena, which is a little far away. So that's what I'm doing with lava. Speaking of lava. I mean, actually not speaking about lava. Nothing to do with lava, even. But yeah, ain't nothing suspicious going on here, Nickpaw. Don't even try to accuse us of things that we're definitely doing. At least we found more tetrahedrite. I mean, that part's probably good, right? Deeg. This is such an indirect route down. Wait, hold up. Hold up. Oh, that's sulfurite. Never mind. I was like, what is that, Galena? Forgotten Beast with... So this is from the YouTube chat. A Forgotten Beast with wings and fire has just entered my fort. From... up downstairs? From the up downstairs. I was like, what's from up downstairs? Is that like in through the outdoor? From the up downstairs, I found the cavern layer in bypassing my defenses and army. Wish me luck. If you happen to have marks dwarves or dwarves with some sort of range, utilize those. They'll have a better chance. But luck has... Consider yourself with luck wished. I wish you the bestest of luck discs. May you have the most success against this creature. All right. Well, we've got all this slate down here, if nothing else. This kind of looks like a weird pudgy marmot. Saving Private Dwarf, sure. You. Requires ore. Well, I guess they're hauling it. Just queue up 10 of that. There we go. Please just do one of that. Let's see if we has time to get this sucker completed. You saw the video about the mod on the smooth movement. You like that you can follow where the dwarves are walking, but they don't look quite mature enough yet? Yeah, no, it still needs more work, for sure. It still needs more work, but it's one of those things that I think could actually be really cool with another chunk of development time. And I think that's, I mean, all I'm really hoping for, really, is that it'll get that development time. But I will say, I did warn the author who's making that mod, or like the person who posted about it originally, the first contributor. I sent him a DM basically warning him that I was doing that. His response was, "Oh, really? Like, cool." And then I sent him a DM like 3 hours later, like, "By the way, video's up." And he was like, "What? Already? Oh God." Turns out, like, that mod popped up at a good time because it's been a while since I'd uploaded a video. I wanted to upload something. I do have another big project in the works, but it's not going to be out for a couple weeks. So I wanted to get something out in the interim, and that just kind of lined up pretty well. By the way, if anybody wants to name a dwarf name redemptions are available at the moment here on the Twitch side. But that video is doing weirdly well. Like, I didn't expect it to do poorly by any stretch, but you guys want to see something kind of wild? This is the, like, analytics for it on YouTube. Squint if you don't like white screens. It did pretty well the first hour, pretty well the second hour, slowed down a little bit, and then just randomly got like 5,000 views in an hour, and then slowed down a little bit, got about 3,000 views in an hour, and then dropped back down to normal. Like, I was expecting it to go down here, but it just went blink, and I don't know why YouTube did that, but YouTube did that. I wish it would do that more and not stop. That's all. Romulus. So I just need a bearded dwarf and name him Romulus? How about Servesh the Spermaster? Romulus. Salad of Crescent is shameless and unfazed by the thoughts of others after having to wear no shirt in 258. Damn right. Feels truly fulfilled assisting those in need. I'm gonna wait until the ads are done. Although, actually, Roman, you don't see ads, do you? He is constantly ablaze with feelings of lust. This is peak dwarf. Is constantly ablaze with feelings of lust, very stubborn, dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep his own counsel. He strongly prefers discussion and ideas of abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. He generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He is often cheerful, and he is brave in the face of imminent danger, doesn't focus on material goods. He tends to not revel in personal information. He tends to not reveal personal information, and he tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to square his natural tendency with his respective martial prowess, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he tends to be swayed by emotional appeals. And he does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this. He values artwork and its creation, theoretically, and he tends to avoid crowds and can handle stress. He often lowers his eyes when he's thinking, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. I would consider doing more of that stuff if there was just more mods that I'm interested in today. Like, I don't want to regularly make mod reviews because then I'll get every single Joe Schmo number 45 saying, "This is my mod that lets you play as kobolds. Please show. Thanks." And I'm just not going to do that. I'm not a channel that promotes other people's work. Unless I think it's, like, really interesting or kind of, like, wild, like something I've never seen before. It just... No. It's not the kind of content I like making. He personally is a firm believer in the value of tradition, values tranquility and a peaceful day, and finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time, and doesn't particularly value loyalty, and dreams of raising a family. He likes tin glaze and nickel silver, and morganite and carambola wood, as well as spears, and the words of the amethyst of silver. And when possible, he prefers to consume giant lynx and finger millet beer, and absolutely hates moon snails. And also, the reason there's only a handful of videos about DF mods is there isn't that much of an audience for it. And the people that largely made them, at least the ones that I'm aware of, unless you're counting like the videos that Krug Smash has done about the long night and stuff. A lot of those are just made by, and this actually kind of goes for a lot of tutorial content too, people that are largely just kind of, for lack of a better term, opportunists. Like they see a thing and they're like, oh, I can get views doing this. They show up and they make a couple videos that are low effort, and mod reviews are kind of often a low effort, easy to put together with minimal knowledge thing type of video to make. And so you show up, you make some low effort stuff, and then you don't get views and you move on and you go do something else. It's like there's kind of a not small number of channels out there that just read a wiki, make a tutorial, make a bunch of guides that are just reading a wiki and then disappear. And those show up pretty frequently. Well, less frequently than they did for Dwarf Fortress, but for about a year after Dwarf Fortress released, they were relatively consistent. Yeah, I mean, I respect mod developers that take long breaks from their mods. And that does happen too. Smelt Galena. More like Bud Dispenser. Sam in YouTube chat, or Simon, I guess. Oh, I see. It's because, so Redstone Brain in YouTube chat says, a visiting doomed corpse elf poet killed it with its bare fists. Well, congratulations. And I maintain my statement that you should name the elf the Bud Dispenser. Because Simon said that you should name it Bud Spencer. Like, Bud Dispenser. All right, so. Did I take too long? Chad, I think I went too long. Asparagus has been found dead, badly crushed. Did a tree do it? That was the one gay dwarf that I found after clicking from dwarf to dwarf. Well then. The tree did it. I blame the tree. This is not any issue on my leadership or on my part. I blame the rest in peace. Chat, can I get a round of Fs or beers or lavas or whatever's a round of something that you feel the need to post when asparagus was dyed? Also, I'm gonna have asparagus with dinner. I bought a bundle of asparagus because they were on sale, and rest in peace, Dwarf. Rest in peanuts. Just don't eat the rest of my peanuts because I don't have very many left. I actually don't. Need to buy some more. Refill the jar. So Fur Kick in YouTube chat says, human joined my fort for soldiering. Can I equip him with weapons and armor? Yes, but you have to go here and say if you're making a breastplate out of whatever material. In this case, black metal breastplates. You have to click the magnifying glass and assign them for humans. But you should be, if they join for soldiering or as a mercenary, you should be able to just add them to the military. I don't think they can run a squad, at least not initially, but you can in fact add them to the military. Also, that other dwarf didn't in fact get to make their artifact. It took too long for us to get Galena. So, big shame. Returning to bees being food. My ex-girlfriend used to refer to bees as spicy raisins. So there was raisins, which were houseflies, and spicy raisins were bees. Anyway, or wasps, which are really spicy raisins. Returning to the bees being food, you're currently preparing for an embark to see prepared bunny bee brain? What? Honey bee brain as a optional meat. Well, sounds like peak foodstuffs, if you ask me. truly peak foodstuffs. Yeah, you can make, or also another fun thing, not only can you make armor for other races, if they are the one making the armor, so if you have like a human and they're a metalsmith and they're working on that, they'll only make stuff in their size unless specified otherwise. Also, a percentage of all clothing brought by traders will be in the size of other races in your fortress. I think Asparagus needs a bronze statue. Singular. Asparagus. And maybe an engraving too. Just because this dwarf was one of the first. I did not save the artifact dwarf. They went stark raving mad. And an unrelated dwarf was found dead under a tree, so we are memorializing that. Let's just deconstruct that over there. Not for no reason. I mean, are we not supposed to? Yes. Am I forgoing that for specific occasions in areas that aren't actually going to improve the value of any rooms? Yes. Besides, this is the queen's space. So, yes, but also if you we're also not supposed to it also states that building walls around cities are cowardly. So if you want to say that's enough reason for it to be a failure of this challenge, then you know what? I respect it. There's aluminum back there? What the hell? Maybe made besides not improving room quality, I guess. Well, I'm glad that you agree with my need for some exceptions. I mean, me doing this isn't really going to add much to the challenge. It's just going to be, I don't know, it's going to add some visual flair to the place, if nothing else. Okay, so this can finally be space for the queen. Although, I don't know about you. I think the queen needs an aluminum throne. Yeah, queen needs some aluminum thrones. Let's just do that and then go here and say throne. Let's make 2. Don't fall for Athens propaganda. Let's also make lead table. Chat, can I make lead goblets, or is that too much high value stuff? Let's do bronze shield. 20 bars. Got 16 bronze right now. Make brass bars. What do I need for bronze? I need tin. Chat, what is tin? Will you answer me before I find it in the lookup menu? What is tin? Or of. I honestly can't remember. I know I have it. I just can't remember. Cassiterite. I think it's around the same speed. It's like I got a lot of cephal or whatever. There's phthalite. Tetrahedrite. Oh wow, there's another one of those. Don't remember finding that. More tetrahedrite. All right, game. I hear you. Now show me the tin. There's a little bit of iron over there. A little bit more iron, a little bit more iron. I love the tiny surface iron deposits for, like, not no reason, but that are kind of surprisingly there. I'll put your face on the periodic table. Gently. After asking permission first. But, watch yourself, potato. But the actual, like, galaxy brain play there would have just been to say the actual position of it on the periodic table. I periodically sit at a table. Does that count? Oh, I was going to do this. I don't know. It would be very difficult. How would we spell it if you had all of the I's? Yeah, I know it's zinc in regards to cephalerite or whatever. I can't remember the actual job name for this. Fortification. Carved fortification. I was feeling like crap the last week, and I just went out and bought a multivitamin, and now I feel a lot better, but I feel all frazzled today. It's my second day taking them. Flashbacks? No, I don't really get violent flashbacks to that. Not really, he says, and then it's like doom, 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 doom. Da! Fear. Saspartine. I mean, it's pretty looking. It's a bit purplier than I remember it being. Humph. So much zinc. Holy shiz. Zinc. It truly is a lot of it. Let's just smooth and fortify this. 'Cause that's all just tetrahedrite. You do? Oh. It just took a long time. I don't know. But then again, I haven't done like tons of prospecting. I mostly had to find clay that one time. And then realized there was actually clay really close to me and I'm just an idiot, but... Why don't we just, instead of looking for cassiterite, chat, I just look for a bunch of Campbell's soup cans, because that'll have plenty of tin in it, right? Because honestly, I think at this point, the recycling depot is probably a more reliable source of tin than whatever I have on this embark. Well, here's hoping you can find something of use there, Dwarf. Garnerite? Also not what I needed. Although I also can't remember. What is garnerite? Tetrahedrite, garnerite. Might as well go dig that stuff out too. Yeesh. That's literally the next cavern layer right there. All right, so you... who managed to just barely thread the needle against that area. You go right to there. The damn nickel that can never be found unless needed. Whenever I end up with piles of nickel in this game, it's usually just pretty quickly it's just turned into furniture of some kind, but I don't know what I'm going to do with it. Maybe crafts? Just going to throw bearded dwarves that are not currently in a squad into here. I'm mostly just sticking to male dwarves being in the military, but it actually doesn't matter all that much. Because the rule says 50%-ish of the dwarves need to be in the military. Say, Reg, aren't you insane? No, you're not. Misty Rem. What? So what you're saying is you want me to give you your nickel back? Only if you're agreeing to bring Sexy back, Tibet. Okay. Let's do this. That can be the Queen's Dining Hall, who's somehow not pissed the fuck off at me, and this can also be the Queen's Dining Hall. Or, I mean, the Queen's office, not the Queen's Dining Hall. And the Queen still hates me and probably doesn't like this. No, I know this map has cassiterite on it. So I probably won't need to request it, but I mean, maybe I will. It is a little weird to think that I haven't yet. I wonder, actually. I could just make this into a tomb. And assign it to the Queen. I don't actually need to put her coffin in there. That's just her tomb. How's that for a workaround? So, YouTube chat is accusing me of something. You are currently recreating the main problem of the ancient Bronze world, since tin wasn't produced in the lands of the main Bronze Age powers, Greece, Egypt, Mesopotamia, etc. All right. Allow me to reiterate something that was stated earlier as part of this challenge. In fact, it's stated in the challenge itself. Note. The above suggestions are modeled on the popular movie 300, an adaptation of the graphic novel of the same name, both of which are historically inaccurate. For a more realistic dwarven Sparta, try reading the Wikipedia article on Spartan society. It doesn't matter. I don't care if I'm recreating your so-called problems with bronze. I didn't even win a bronze in a pumpkin growing contest. How do you expect me to know what was actually happening in the Bronze Age? I'm glad you think it's funny. Then we're succeeding. Wow, there goes your immersion. Wait, hold on. Do I need to push your head further into the puddle? I thought that would be mean. Greg, and then some. I mean, all right, get back into the tub then. Is this getting the point across as, like, big royalty temple on a hill? Because that's the vibe I'm aiming for. Like a manor of sorts? Yeah. House on the hill. If nothing else. It's a textbook Archopolis. I don't know what that is, because I clearly didn't have that textbook, but I believe it. Some farms growing barley would make it look official. I can't actually do that because this is a mountain biome, and mountains don't have anything that can grow on them. Actually, I guess I could in this corner here. There's an olive tree sapling. I should cut down the willow and give the olive tree some space. I like that the olive tree sapling is already, like, outputting olives. Oh, wait, no, sorry, those are durians. Unrelated. These look like olives. Smell kind of different, but look similar. I feel like some of the squads should be training up here. Like maybe in the entryway or like on the way into this section. And then there will be like a connector for this wall kind of coming down this way, I think. Let's get rid of you. Ancient, big cool temple equals ancient Greek for house on the hill. Or ancient Greek for annoying rich people. I don't know if this makes it better or worse, but most of the bricks that I'm getting are coming from just making them at kilns. We're collecting all this clay from right here, moving it over there, etc. I think it's working pretty good, actually. Let's check down here and see how things are going. more of the stuff that I don't need, except for when you need it. Let's dig through you and see how far that go. Some migrants have arrived, and you have shirts! That's a travesty. Hold on. ER, USH. Forbid.
No!
Forbid.
No!
What's your name?
No!
It's whatever, the most recent person arrived. Doobie doobie doo. There you are. Okay, you're good. You. Sir, please take off your dress. Wow. You too. Rackist. Who else among you weareth the shirt? Zephon. We're in an ad break real quick, chat. Oy. That's even funnier that you're recreating the mannerism just to make sure that all the resources are stored on the manor, and you'll be coming ever closer to recreating the ancient world. I mean, I also have a spider-shaped tower, so I don't think that part's very realistic, but that bit's a bit more He-Man, if I were to think, which is also historically very accurate. 2 seconds, chat. I will be right back. We're in an ad break. All right, that should be done. We back. I survived. It wasn't a long walk. Okay, so you're in there. Now I just need you. That's a big migrant wave. Which is good, because I'm probably going to start a bunch of wars sooner than later. Also, I'm just noticing that for some reason, no elves have showed up to trade this year. I wonder why. What could possibly be the reason? I am actually allied with some, so I am actually kind of surprised that they're not showing up to trade, but... I'm actually going to make this easy. Or on myself. I'm going to go you. And I'm just going to say no uniform. Station right there. And then you... How am I going to do this? I'm out of squads. What's your name? Logan. Station them both right there. Man. We're gonna actually have to make some, like, houses soon. This is a big migrant wave. I mean, we were at, what, 90 dwarves before? Ish. Like 20. Damn. Alright, let's wait for all these dwarves to come back. And then I will equip them with their ceremonial nudist suits. Time to contact more elf to trade with. Or make contact with the ones I'm allied with. Right? Because they're like right there. I mean, I could make contact if I had a messenger available, which I don't, so I will make a messenger. Oh. That's the moron who decided to make stuff out of lead. Okay, now the important question is, are they all here? Naked! Then what I have to do is go armor, forbid, 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 forbids, phobid, forbid, I realize a lot of, like, adult dwarves are just, or dwarves in general are just wearing this stuff because it's clothing. To which I have to say, too baddest. You no get no bodice. There you go. And now, since I have so many squads, I'm actually just going to set this one as partial spear. And I'm also going to set this squad to train. Just got back from the park. Congratulations on your successful return from the parketh. Did you have a good time at the park? I just got done stripping another squad of dwarves. This dwarf is going to be thrown into the lava, so we need another ceremonial salute to the fallen dwarf. I'm starting to think that Devilish is protesting. His service is already forgotten. I mean, he didn't really serve much. Although maybe we can, like, drop the humans in here. If we're lucky. I could also use this as a way of getting rid of livestock I don't want. I may actually do that. I might actually do that. Yeah, I may actually. I may actually do that. What are we doing for iron? I will just do 20 iron spears. More tetrahedrite. Oh my gosh. Well, I have access to the lower cavern layer because I dug straight through.
Cheers, keep up the good work, Blunt.
Why don't we just go clear this underground area? See how this goes. Go grab your stuff, Euristes. Leo for me, thank you very much for the 11 months and the first notification of money in an hour and the first resub in an hour and 41 minutes. Thank you very much, dude. Thanks for the prime. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. It means a lot, dude. Cheers, man. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. By the way, just as a reminder, tomorrow's stream's gonna be weird. Because tomorrow is Dwarf Fortress's 20th anniversary. Sorry for those of you who aren't ready to hear that number. I'm one of them. I have apparently discovered a volcanic wall studded with gems, by the way. And allegedly raw adamantine praised the miners? Okay, well, it's not exactly relevant to me. Much less exciting than it looks. You're 10 years older than Dwarf Fortress? Fuck. Okay, good to know. Thanks for sharing. But tomorrow Dwarf Fortress turns 20. So Kit Fox has planned a ceremonial celebration live stream where on the Kit Fox Twitch channel, they will be streaming another magma pool. That's not what they're streaming, but we found another magma pool. They will be streaming Zach and Tarn will be streaming the first ever build of Dwarf Fortress, and I really want to watch that, so I'm just going to restream it here. So tomorrow I'm going to do what all of these big famous streamers do that seem to be significantly more successful than I am, which is watch other people's stuff and occasionally make noises over it for a couple hours probably. So tomorrow's stream's gonna be a little different, but hopefully you tune in for that. And then after that we'll just be doing the normal Dwarfus nonsense. Yeah, tomorrow I will roleplay as a React channel and be a good time. Then I just need to sue Ellen DeGeneres for, I don't know, idea theft? I'm trying to remember exactly how that court case went. I remember that they sent Ellen DeGeneres a cease and desist for making React content. I don't think it worked. I'm half remembering a case from a while ago. Yeah, an event is maybe actually the better way to put it. Well, I found native gold, which apparently was illegal in Spartan Society, as chat informed me. Okay, so they can't actually get over there. So I already gave away the Chief Medical Dwarf, Patrick's Stone Crusher. And every single dwarf in this fort has all doctoring skills assigned. So I don't technically have any doctors. So I quite literally can't do the thing that you are asking. So, Patrick, what is your second choice for a non-medical dwarf? Minor, Steve, no relation. Okay. Steve, no relation. Perfect. Steve, no relation, rarely develops negative feelings towards things and doesn't tend to hold onto grievances. She likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract and has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. She has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others and lives a fast-paced life and often feels envious of others. She tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things and is slow to trust others and is often cheerful and doesn't often feel lustful and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. She is not particularly... where was I? She is slow to trust others and she often is cheerful. That's where I was. She does not often feel lustful and she can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. And she is stubborn. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't care about much anymore. Dreams of mastering skills, most likely will be mining. And she views tranquility as one of the highest ideals. Believes war is preferable to peace in general, and holds shrewd and crafty individuals and the lowest esteem. She likes petrified wood, silver, ruby, giant mandrel leather, archelon shell, the color deep sea blue, low boots, backpacks, water bufflets for their water waffling, and the wides of the intricacy of loining and the sound of the brand of gold when possible prefers to consume herring, carrot wine, and mihoapimus milk. And she hates leeches. She's 37 years old, not married, but has quite a few friends. And some close friends. What's up, Selgar? Hi, hello. Are you satisfied with Steve, no relation? But yeah, that's my plan for next week's stream. Or tomorrow's stream, rather, not next week. Is I'm just going to restream the Kit Fox stream and then play Dwarfs. In the past, I have streamed the original build of Dwarf Fortress myself, but I don't think that's something I need to do really more than once. As interesting as it is as like a once-in-a-while novelty, the sheen kind of wears off pretty quick. I just kind of want to play more modern DF. I'm actually just going to knock out this whole thing. Dwarfing is going pretty well, Beagle Weagle. How is your day going? Thanks for tuning in. It's good to see you. I hope that folks are enjoying the return to the fort instead of the floating around in space and yelling at accidentally venting my own spaceship. And Onul, the miner, has been taken by a fey mood. Onul! Good luck. This is the spouse of Donut and who is the owner of Hercules, a local pupper. Gonna get that game next week. Astronauts is pretty cool. It is on sale for the next week, so... Dude, actually, I need to look at when the sale ends, actually. Until the 10th of August. So, if you can get it before the 10th of August, it's 20% off. I hope that game's having a good launch. I haven't looked too much on beyond the initial day. Okay, so these dwarves, you guys all go home. Well, that's just more tetrahedrites, so... I'm thinking that this might be a bit of a... welp situation. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think that's today. I heard something about an AMA. The devs should also take part in an MMA contest. That's how we should give out AAA game awards in the current year. That's unreachable. I thought it was... Maybe this is? I'm so perplexed by this. I like how, it's funny. People like to joke about what is and isn't dwarfy pretty frequently, right? Can I just say how funny I think that it is? That people are just like, yeah, they had some weird iron currency. It was made out of worthless iron. You know, genuine statement here. Not intended to be controversial. People unironically or ironically all the time say that's not dwarfy as like a way to call out a Dwarf Fortress player for like, you know, not being dwarfy enough, right? Worthless iron? That might be actually the least dwarfy thing I've ever read. Waffles Wonderfish. That might be the least dwarfy thing that could be said in our universe with Once We Live in. Let's see if there's anything on this upper level. Like a Forgotten Beast. Great creatures of the underworld. The deep, deep depths. So far, just Zircon and some gems. And now a downward passage in a deep pit. Which I don't even know what they're talking about. It's not that. Still no tin. Damn it. Oh. So the deep pit is from here up to here? It's leading to the same cavern layer. There's also a mangled Reacher over there. It's just Reacher blood. Did it fall? Oh, I see. I see. I see. I get it. It did, in fact, fall, turns out. Haven't found any friggin' tin. Rock crystal, though. Come on, dwarves. Keep moving. Please. Literally nothing. Do you want the actual, like, thing that was inspired by what in what order? Because it's not quite a straight line of Minecraft was inspired by Dwarf Fortress, but partially, yes. Minecraft creator did definitely play Dwarf Fortress as well. Well, that kinda sucked. Let's go into here, because I think this is actually the only layer with much in the way of useful thing in it. Actually, why don't I bring these two squads down? Send those two squads home. Actually, let's just send those two squads training. Maybe these lower ones, too. I just want them to get their gear out of the caverns if they did leave any there. Chat, what's the last thing you learned about a video game that just kind of made you go... Like, just kind of feel silly? Like, oh, that's where that came from. Or, oh, that's who that was. I feel like the longer I live, the more times I run into places where I'm like, oh, I'm sitting in a room talking to somebody randomly that I just met today who worked at Relic. And it makes me realize more and more as time goes on that a lot of people worked at Relic. How did you get to that side? Slightly concerned about that. You're not supposed to be on that side of the wall. Oh. I guess we're basically dealing with open caverns then. We should just start gathering silk as well. For a while, here's one. This is pretty old though. Growing up, Age of Empires 2 wasn't called Age of Empires 2. In groups of friends that I was with, it was called Age of Kings. Because Age of Empires 2 was called Age of Kings. It took me maybe 5 years to realize that it was a sequel to Age of Empires. And I felt really dumb having that conversation at one point with somebody that I knew at the time, where it was like, no, that's a sequel. I don't know how I never put 2 and 2 together. I think it's because I never saw the box arts for the original one, and then I didn't own Age of Empires 2 for a very long time. The coin pouches are best for giving NPC mechanics higher trust. I played an uncomfortably large amount of a Legend of Zelda game before realizing you could spend the rupees on stuff. Like, I just never walked into the shop. It was the Minish Cap. I beat most of that game before I realized that you could actually go into the shop and spend rupees. And the only time that I realized that was when the game literally like has a chunk of a quest where you have to go in there. What do you need, Dwarf? Got obsidian, aluminum, pinfire opals, and mountain goat leather. Tanned hides. What's after tanned hides? Silk cloth. All right. Go collect webs then. You're guessing bones? So instead, I got silk cloth specifically. It could have been bones. One of these years, we'll be able to do something about them not being able to be with family. I'm still holding out hope for being able to write notes. You know, I posted that video yesterday with that short clip of that mod with the smooth movement. And I do personally feel like it seems like that is something that a large number of people would find beneficial if they added it to the game. And I think those people currently aren't playing Dwarf Fortress, which is why I think it's kind of a quietly, heavily desired thing for Dwarf Fort. What's something that you think is a quietly, heavily desired thing? I mean, like, aside from, like, you know, more modifiable UI and stuff that's, like, kind of the, you know, pretty high up on, like, the list of, I think, obvious quality of life improvements that could be made, you know, more searchable UI and stuff. Like, if you were to point at something and be like, I wish Dwarf Fort had this. Like, this would drastically increase my enjoyment of the game for reason here. That is such a weird little cave tunnel thingy. Bizarre. All right, well, my pile of exploring is over, and I haven't found tin. kind of a similar vibe to this, Patrick. I knew a kid once growing up who was singing the lyrics to Rock and Roll All Night by Kiss and thought that the lyrics were "Wanna rock and roll all night and every other day." That was up there. That was a pretty good one as far as I'm concerned. Now I want to know what the JRPG sprites that you misread were, though. Brew drink from plant. Continuing to brew drinks from plants. You quietly yearn for the... I mean, that's not like something that I think would necessarily benefit the game. I mean, you could go port it if you really wanted. It's still available on the internet. It's just a shame that it was so heavily based on stuff, people's work that wasn't credited. But I understand the nostalgia for it. There is like a weird alternate universe where like if Meph hadn't stumbled or fumbled or whatever, ended up in that situation where he continued working for Kit Fox, there is an alternate universe where like that tile set is still supported, which is a weird thing to think about. So I'm answering a question in the YouTube chat. Yeah, hold on, actually, let me just make this clearer. Did that answer your question? I honestly don't fully understand why that's a big ask, Clino. If he doesn't want to do it, he doesn't want to do it. And it is a lot of work, and I get that. Hello, Weed. How are you? Barking up a tree. I don't know if it's the wrong one, but... I can't think of the enemy names. It's a person backwards with scarves flying around that looked like a dragon-like head on two legs. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the only way that something like Vedlinger would happen is if there was like a financial incentive, but I still maintain, to those of you who have classic tile sets that you want to see moved to premium, download them first. Like, that's the first thing you gotta do, is just go download it. Then once you've downloaded it, grab Hewn, and then copy paste all the sprites. Because that's probably the best way to get it done. It would be a lot of work, but I think what people need to remember is it used to be a lot less work, and there was a small number of people that were willing to put in a shit ton of work to utilize DF hack frameworks and stuff to be able to make those fully custom tile sets back in the day. And there's, I think maybe like no one who wants to do the work is the wrong way to put it, but like I do think that we now happen to live in a time where it makes less sense because your work would be much less appreciated, you know? Like, back in the day, somebody made a graphical tile set for Dwarf Fortress, and if it ended up in the like starter pack, it would have thousands of downloads, and you'd get tons of recognition and, for lack of a better term, like clout. You'd get lots of community appreciation for it. And now you make a fully custom one, it's significantly more work than it was. and you maybe get 1,000 downloads on the workshop if you're lucky, because most people are just using this tile set, right? It's kind of a double-edged knife in a way, where like the official one lessens the need for an unofficial one. Barked all day long, Dunny. Thought to me, if I'm gonna get a spam call from abroad 3 times, pushed away each time, and then this evening I received a mail for job application headquarters and couldn't reach you, please. Was that a real job application? The miner has created a obsidian table, dope, and offers it to the muscular spear of strength. That is, in fact, what we named our group, by the way. I'm gonna give this to the queen. It's the meeting table. Naughty trickster, level 90 magic. Giganticursor? Giganticursor is my favorite terrible virus. It just makes your mouse get bigger every couple seconds until it takes up all of your screen. I have actually figured out that there is a maximum size that the cursor can get when you wiggle it like that, but it also, like, I have a big cursor right now, but OBS doesn't capture it as a big cursor unless I'm using desktop capture. So now it considers it a giant cursor, but it doesn't consider it a giant cursor when I'm game capturing. I kind of wish it did, but I'm also glad it doesn't. Jubilant after remembering the establishment of a temple for the fatal faith. Hell yeah. You're going to call him back tomorrow. Well, good luck on the job application. And may you be bestowed with a jobbeth. And Shinobi, it's good to see you. How you doing? Speaking of Borkin. I hope you're doing well on this fine day. Okay, so you will go up there. You're all sparring. I actually need to check gear. See who's short on gear. Or tall on gear. I don't know. A lot of people don't have shields. Maybe I can fix that a little bit. A lot of people getting new spears. It's mostly just shields that we require at the minute. Also check, can I get some good lucks for our friend in the chat, Weed, with his job application? Then he can continue Bork for many months to come. Yay if you get that reference. Otherwise, I just sound like a crazy person, and you know what? That's fine too. All right, so Queen does in fact need a bedroom. I feel like the Queen needs a villa over here. So I'm just going to make her a separated little villa thing. May the job not be ass. Unless that's what you applied for. I have a question, Patrick Stonecrusher. Why did you censor the word job, but not the word ass? May the J star B not be ASS. What do you got against the word job? Comedy? Okay, got it. I mean, you got me, I guess. It's clearly more offensive than the other. This is true. Unless you want to work with donkeys, I mean, who am I to say that you can't? Donkeys can be nice creatures. And sometimes they fuck dragons. So you kind of got to respect them. Just on that, say, hey, it's a giraffe. I found suited. I have to maintain, speaking of comedy, that giraffes have one of the best portraits. Unrelated to giraffes, migrants have arrived. Actually, pause. No uniform. You. Hey, new guy. I was gonna say join the military, Ford Anvil. I now need to make another temple. I mean, who's surprised? Certainly not me. The Blameless Orbs. Caillou did nothing wrong. We're now into summer as well. Part of the anti-job after reflecting the modern days are all fake postings. Yeah. You know, there are many things that I'm happy about because I have this job, like being able to stream video games on the internet like some sort of lunatic. But I will say that one of the things that I'm happiest about having this job is the fact that I don't have to participate in like LinkedIn, you know, or job hunting of any kind, because I wouldn't even know where to start if I had to go searching for a job right now. Like, genuinely, I would have no idea. Wouldn't have the first clue where to go, what to do. And because of just like how openly hostile that entire market just seems like right now. I think like literally this is just me probably being old at this point, but the scariest thing for me is like I think the only type of job I would even know how to apply for would be like a mom and pop place. Because anything else would just be like kind of too far gone for me, I guess. You. I like how there's a UNIB and a UDIB. In the same squad. UNIB and UDIB. Except, why can't I? Oh, it's because you're a militia commander. Got it. And then Stodier. ink slap. I'm gonna slap some ink onto pages. Sloppy author. How are we doing on bars? Copper kind of looks like bronze, but it's not bronze. I'm just gonna make copper shields. I just want these dwarves to have copper or some sort of skills. Copper shield, and we'll just do 20. Let's just go to livestock. Kill the cat so that it stops killing my bees. You're working blue collar. Oh, speaking of jobs, my older sister's husband apparently got a apprenticeship welding because he was going to he took a year-long welding class. So did I not make one for that temple? The Ashen Order, the Fatal Faith. This is, oh, sorry. This is the Sect of Ash, not to be confused with the Ashen Order or the Fate of Ash. Or the Fatal Ash, which is a different one. Pardon my confusion. I didn't know. But I guess now I need to build this up. Good thing we're still making clay bricks, though. No, although I do need more logs. So I guess we should just do a bunch of this, do a bunch of this, and do this. Hopefully nobody dies to falling tree. Sound like a bunch of ash holes? Well, Ash knows that he has to catch him, so I'll make sure that he does. That was the only pun that I could think of that was related to the word ash, so it's what you get. Yeah, this maybe says what year the last time I looked to make a job is, or to get a job is. I don't even know what a CV is. I mean, like, I know what a CV is. I've never written a CV. Am I making a giant tower? I mean, I wouldn't call it giant. It's currently not actually that big. It stops right about here. I might make it bigger. It just seemed fitting to build a big old pile of things. These are just temples, though. So this is a temple. This is a temple. This is a temple. And this is soon to be a temple. Which is the one that's currently requested. So I will approve that. And it's going to be for the Sect of Ash. So at least it's all just the god of murder. It's just murder all the way down. No, absolutely. I mean, that's why I'm saying it's like the thing that, like, I'm the happiest about with the gig that I do. It's like streaming video games on the internet isn't all just cupcakes, rainbows, and swimming in cash, and unless you are a terrible person with no morals. But then again, you could say that about a lot of industries. There's a whole lot of uncertainty, stress, and like kind of a lot of, how do I put it? You're pretty dependent on things that could be volatile in the world. And of course, like regular job markets are like that too, but it's not like, if the markets get bad, I lose my job. It's if the markets get bad, I might have to figure out how to completely re-engineer how I make money doing my job, if that makes sense, which is a very different kind of stress. Like, I've never been afraid necessarily of being laid off. Like, there's always the fear, like, oh, what if a platform shuts down? But even that, really, it's like, yeah, I'd be okay. Like, if YouTube decided to stop existing for one reason or another, man, Google would have to really fuck up to do that. If Google decided to stop paying money, is maybe actually a better way. It's like, well, I'd probably be able to find some other third-party way. It's like, if Twitch ever stopped existing in a way that's viable in any way, then I would have to figure out some other form of continuing to do this. And it's I don't know, like that is scary, but I feel like it's a different kind of safety net, which I'm happy to have. I mean, I'll tell you this, I haven't worked any like complicated jobs in my life. Like, I worked night shift in fast food. I've worked in factories doing a factory doing assembly line work. I've worked in gas stations. I worked in retail. This is by far the hardest job I've ever had.
Yeet.
I do absolutely miss just being able to go to work and do my shit and knowing that I would get paid. And if you say, I don't want to say you have it easy, you are saying that. You're just dancing around saying that without saying that, if that makes any sense. I do now, maybe, you could say. There is some aspects of my job now that are easy. But you could also say that about somebody who's already finished schooling, gotten certificates, and has been in a union for 5 years. You could say that person has it easy because they're successful. Sure, but they had to do a lot to get there. And I did do this for full-time from 2016 till late 2022, making less than minimum wage. At times making less than minimum wage while still working a part-time job, doing this 10 hours a day, 7 days a week to get to where I am now. And I now have the stress of having to sustain it. Also, hey, Sir Fix the Moist, it's nice to see Cringer emotes around. I unironically love Cringer's website. That thing is great. But I will be completely direct that literally nobody, unless you've done it for multiple years, knows what the difficulties of this job are. So, you used to be forklift Cyrus certified, but you let it lapse. But I mean, you could be minecart certified if you go to my merch store and buy a minecart certification sticker and/or hat and put it on something. It's a very easy certification to get. I cannot guarantee any or ever real employment, but I can guarantee the occasional laugh. That's kind of hysterical. Was this in Finland, Bondo? I'm trying to figure out if that was like just a weird import liquor. I used to have a tugboat license, though. Completely unrelated. Chat's just flexing all of their past and present forklift certifications, to which I have to just be like, well, I had a tugboat license at one point. It definitely is expired now, but... Which is also really funny when you know that I have never seen well enough to be able to legally drive. So being able to say, I've never seen well enough to be able to drive in my entire life, yet at the same time, at one point I had a forklift license. I had a tugboat license. Is, I don't know, I think it's funny. I've also never driven a tugboat. I just simply had my licensing to drive a tugboat. That's also the other asterisk that I should probably throw in on that, is I had the license. How did I get a tugboat license? It was an extra, like, $90 on a course that I was already... So I was taking a speedboat license to be able to be licensed to drive a speedboat and act as a lifeguard in the speedboat. Basically, it meant that I had a level of lifeguarding, a level of first aid, and a, like, basic knowledge of how, like, boating law works. It was, like, a 48-hour-long course. In reality, it was, like, you were given a book that thick. You had to read it. It wasn't hard or take long. It had a lot of pictures, actually. You had to study your book, and then you had to go in, do a one-day course, and take a test. And I think I've got 98% or something. It was a very easy course. But once the course was completed, there was then like an additional thingy where you could, on top of completing that course, we need more alcohol. On top of completing that course, you could also... I should just brew drink from fruit. On top of that, you could then take an additional thing, which was your tugboat cert, which was another book and thingy that you'd read, and then you would get that stamp on your thing as well, and I took both. That's literally it. So it was a course that I was already taking that could be tacked on to a course that I was already taking. So I took it. I think the reality is that if you actually get hired to drive a tugboat as part of a job, you'd have to go through another set of training. I just have this cert stating that I have the knowledge to be able to go get that training. It's just called a tugboat certification, which is really funny because it sounds like I can and have driven tugboats. I kept that thing in my wallet for years. Did I bribe them with alcohol too? I was 14. Maybe 15? I was a kid. I couldn't legally buy alcohol. No, I did it to get my second summer job, which was working as a part-time coach for a sprint kayaking team. So basically my job was I would show up and I would hang around on... I was the assistant coach. So I would show up and I would hang around on a speedboat in the sun and follow a group of adults as they paddled around the edge of a lake. And then if one of them fell over, I had to flip their boat over and help them get back in. Yeah, I kept it for ages, and then eventually, because it was just a piece of paper that was laminated, it kind of fell apart. 8-cup buck. So, I don't know. It was always just like one of those weird flexes that I just kind of kept around for a bit. It was kind of a running joke. Especially like when I was old enough to know that I wouldn't ever be able to drive. So, like, that just kind of added to it as, like, personal humor, where it's like, yeah, I can't drive, but I could theoretically drive a tugboat. Because boating licenses don't require any kind of eye test. I mean, if you actually work in pharmacies, in the age of weird surveillance state bullshit, I wouldn't even like joke about stuff like that online. But maybe I'm just paranoid. I don't know. Sweet. Almost enough of that. One avocado. Pirates often only had one eye too. Yeah, but I don't think they had a license for those boats. I feel like that was kind of part of the spirit of the whole exercise, is not having a license for the boat. YouTube chat is going on about how, like, well, not going on, but was, like, babbling earlier about how the word job is offensive, and there's this one line that I need to read. As a communist, I fully support and believe the idea of censoring such words such as job or employer or office. How are you supposed to fight against something if you censor the existence of those words? So if you disagree the act of having offices, like that's not communist, that's just like straight up anarchist. I mean, I'm a socialist, but like, I feel like you're missing a few points in your statement there. I've just been staring at this for the last 30 minutes because no one's really talking in the YouTube chat. So that or my chat's frozen, one of the two, I don't know. Bismuth, the armorer, has been taken by a Fey mood, which is always exciting. I'm also in an ad break, so I will wait until the ads are done, and then I will unpause. Privateer was a pretty cool game. You need a license to be a communist? What? I'm a socialist. Boom! Capitalism. And clearly we're not winning. You know, that I would believe. Although whenever people censor the word job like that, Clino, it just reads like jab, and I'm like, oh boy, here we go. Now I get to deal with a bunch of anti-vaxxers. So where do you think this dwarf was seeing all the Crundle's dead bodies? Also, it looks like a giraffe is fighting with one of my dwarves. The dog is shaking the giraffe around by the head. You know, Hercules, you're living up to your name. Oh, sure, Jeb works too. Rip Jeb. Jeb's still in, like, the atmosphere somewhere. Please clap. All right. I'm doing the thing. Adra, how are you? I know this isn't metal, but I saw the Ripcords the other day. The punk band. And, hold up. Just looking for a specific photo here real quick. In a half pipe. So this was me in bikini, one of the openers. But I was very sweaty. It was an all ages show, which is a good thing, because if there was any alcohol in that pit, we all would have died. It was way too fucking hot in there. It was not enough ventilation. Not enough of ventilation. And there was no stairs in and out of the pit, so you literally had to like slide down into the half pipe. There was a lot of like, oh god, I'm too old for this going on. It was fun. Strange mood. Follow you. There you are. Wax furiously. Oh, really? Grabs one piece of iron. Works furiously. All right, I won't request that you elaborate then, Dwarf. Steamed broccoli and croissants are the best food ever. I mean, certainly is a food. Here are partial swords. What are we using? Obsidian short swords, hey? I'm just gonna make these dwarves copper helms. Just do 20. So much aluminum. You know what? I don't care. I'm making aluminum goblets. Making 10 of those. Call me a failure if you want, chat. Also a lead chests. And lead cabinets, but I'm only going to do 5 of those. Those are going to be for the queen. Enjoy your lurk, Dirks. Beagle. Thanks for hanging out. Bismuth the Armorer has created Stelmithicum. A tall iron helm. And offers it to the Spear of Strength. Well, that is being bestoweth upon the head of my militia captain, even though we can't see it. I really hope you can wear it. Because Eurystheus definitely needs the tall iron helm. In this case, it's simulated by his glorious forehead. It is a tall iron helm. All craft or ship is of the highest quality. On the item is an image of dwarves in iron. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Portal Tangle. Okay. By is that like a quantum entanglement joke? By the gear of tactics of the boat of seizing in year 1. Those are all great names. Wait, hold up. Since when did broccoli become annoying? Broccoli is a healthy food, not a good food? Moreb, I don't often say this to you. You insinuating that healthy food can't be good, just in general, is wild, man. Like, that is kind of nuts. Just as a statement in general. Like, that is bonkers to me. Like, absolutely bonkers. And also, broccoli's fucking amazing. The hell's wrong with you? It just means you don't know how to cook. Yeah, true. It's kind of like a bachelor self-report. Broccoli's bad. Well, yeah, obviously you don't know how to cook. It's okay, lightly steamed, as long as you don't turn it into mush. It's delicious raw, it's delicious cooked, it's delicious fried, it's delicious baked. I love some broccoli and a mashed potato. Just, like, boil the shit out of that broccoli alongside of the mashed potatoes, and also a quarter of an apple. That's the secret ingredient. And then you mash it all together. That's all. Oh, dude, a little bit of a stir fry with that? Delish. Big fan. Sorry, Moreb, but I'm sorry you feel that way about broccoli, because the broccoli did nothing wrong. Clearly you did, though, because you've never cooked it correctly. I mean, sure, one's parents can be terrible at cooking, but that doesn't make the entire category of vegetable bad. Like... Hold up. I've got dwarves just standing over top of giraffe corpses. What's going on here? Somebody killed a giraffe I'm not sure how, but apparently we did. It smells amazing. You can't wait to eat it. Chat, show of hands. Who think healthy food can taste good? Press 1. Who thinks that Moreb is right? Press 2. Because the statement I'm pushing back against isn't that Moreb doesn't like broccoli. It's that healthy food can't taste good. Earlier in this discussion, Moreb did state, though, that there's no shame in being wrong. You're right. You don't have to be ashamed, Moreb. I rest my case. Cha-ching. Obsidian blocks. Let's go over here. I mean, you can make any food taste terrible if you leave it on the frying pan long enough on high heat. Like, that isn't a skill. Making food taste bad is easy. I mean, if you're talking to a 5-year-old who really likes to eat, like, sour keys, then sure, Eric. YouTube also plopped a couple ones. I appreciate your participation in my bullshit. Twitch chat talking about whether or not broccoli is healthy and or tastes good. YouTube chat. Communist manifesto. I respect the energy, but I don't really understand your point. I also don't agree with your censorship statements. In jokes or outside of jokes. And also, Dwarf Fortress is a weird monarchy without, like, personal ownership. Not quite communism, but... That looks so weird. The obsidian block with the grass edges. Like, truly, like, that looks bizarre. Like, Dwarf Fortress's universe is kind of just like a monarchy that deleted money at some point. Dude, I love cauliflower. Baked cauliflower is kind of incredible. Like, I will not stand or sit, in this case, for any hatred towards cauliflower. Jokes about people cooking it badly? Completely understandable. Same with eggplant. Although eggplant literally is a joke. Like, the entire fruit is a joke. I mean, hence the emoji. So... I love cauliflower, but it has to be raw. For me, cauliflower has to be crunchy unless it's in a soup. Although, mashed cauliflower, also pretty good. I'm kind of shocked we haven't been attacked by anything yet. Like, actually. Like, we've had some child snatchers, but that's kind of it. No forgotten beasts. No land titans. Although I don't mind. It's giving me time to build really gaudy projects that aren't necessary, so... I don't think I've ever actually had a cauliflower pizza crust, actually. Yeah, getting ill from eating food makes it can make it hard to go back to. I didn't eat much salmon for quite a while for similar reasons. Got pretty badly food poisoned on it once. Happened once with chicken as well for a bit, but that one didn't last as long. When it comes to political manifestos and Dwarf Fortress, goblins are the closest thing you have to libertarians in Dwarf Fortress, because YouTube chat is talking about anarchism and anarchists versus communism in Dwarf Fortress. Purely because they have no laws, everything is legal and it's all up to you, except for lying. Lying is illegal, punishable by death. Whereas, like, every other group in Dwarf Fortress kind of has, like, similar equivalents to real-world things. Like, they take bits and pieces from different things, but it's almost never a one-to-one. One could argue, this is Clenodev's take. One could argue that dwarven civilizations used to be monarchies, but the bug preventing nobles from being lazy is a sign that since then, they've had their revolution, and the nobles are traditional figureheads maintained to facilitate communications with less advanced civilizations. Like humans. What? Anyway, my dwarven faction has arrived, and trade agreements are lukewarm. I am going to make some barrels, though. And by that, I mean actually rock pots. Gather fruit. None of the climbing the tree to do thing. So this is seeds. Really don't actually have that much to trade. It's a little bit of a pain. Should just start selling like livestock or something. Just build a cage and just sell them livestock. Sell a bunch of sheep. Heyo, Donjus, how's things? I wonder how close the lazy noble bug removal and the economy were together. I am at the point where I kind of hope they never actually put the economy back in. Is there a ban on socks? Looks like it. No, it's specific. Okay, hold on. This is something I don't know what it means. Normally something that's red means that it's a banned export. No? It's not socks, because nobody's banned the export of socks. Then why are they red? Certainly, we need a economy remaster. That's very strange looking. Oh, in the hey, I see what you're saying, Dondres. I thought you were saying hello. Oh, is it because they're seized goods? Huh. Now I just want to know what happens if I trade them. Let's find out. Just buy all the cheese. Did I not? Oh.
Cheese for everyone!
We must have been getting attacked by giraffes and they forbid that. Although most dwarves right now, I think, are putting stuff away, yeah. Two stories is not actually that difficult. 34, not so much. We're getting ambushed? It's been a while since I've been legitimately ambushed. Also, they didn't ambush me. They ambushed this giraffe. I guess I was complaining that we weren't getting attacked very often, hey? Hey, Tarn, can we have a select all, please, on militia? Thank you. A snatcher? Protect the childs. Get 'em, Stukos! Or don't. And some migrants have arrived. Good lordy. Okay, well. Could you do one thing at a time, please? Where's these? I do actually have things I need to worry about. This is literally just going to be, we're going to use pile of dwarf tactics. Because these dwarves, oops, zoom in, are great in numbers, and these goblins are few. And hopefully their aim sucks. Seeing bolts flying. It's one goblin down. Go get him, Donut, the bug eyes. Parent of Hercules the Pooch. Dogcules with the big woofer. Chasing after... Imagine you're just like a goblin. You're like, I'm going to save the children from these savages. And then just an army of shirtless dwarves with almost no armor. Like the entire population is like, ah! Just straight towards you. Must have been how explorers felt when they encountered the Maori for the first time. Can I get a vile force of Dorkiness, chat, please, and thank you. We saved the poor giraffe, as it didn't deserve such a fate. I don't think we'll get him. We didn't, chat, but I tried. I did try. Okay, I need every single new male dwarf. I need them to all go right there. I think that is all of the new citizens, though. Just making sure I'm not missing anybody. Y'all are shirtless, right? Yeah. Let's also just throw some additions into here. Well, maybe not right now. Do that after. These ones have all ended up where they're supposed to be. Good night, Wade, you snooze goods. Where the hell are you going? In and out, I guess. Trader seizures and migrants, oh my, absolutely. Yeah, but communism doesn't have a birthright monarch. YouTube chat. But that's the entirety of my argument on that. Aside from that, you're not wrong. Also, like, I don't know. I'm not really in the mood to, like, discuss the nuances of communism today for one reason or another. I don't know why. Like, I vote for socialist policies. I'm not a communist. Disband. Yo. That. And also take that to the one guy in YouTube comments who's like, why is this guy some anti-religious communist? It's like, well, I am anti-religious, but... not a communist. It's not a farm plot. It's a... well, actually, I guess it is a farm plot. It's supposed to be a dirt road, but I guess I clicked the wrong button. Has the same effect, though. Hello, Shadow. Happy you made it all the same. Thanks for tuning in on this fine day. So, I don't know. I guess, like, YouTube folks, all it really is if you're just here for the chaos, then fair enough, but... I feel it, not uncomfortable, but... I just don't support communist policies. Kind of, period. So. Fun for the education. If that's what your goal is. Woodworkers Guild. Did I not already have a guild? Woodworkers Guild? I thought I did. I thought I did. Oh no, I had a Stoneworkers Guild. Duh. Smooth animation thingy? You mean this? It's kind of wild, isn't it? There's too many letters in that word for me to be able to sound it out coherently, so I'm not even going to attempt it, Dungeons. Vivid Nights, thank you very much for the 7 months, by the way. Thank you very much for helping keep the channel funded. Tier 1, 7 months. Which is actually one of the most efficient ways to, like, support this channel consistently, so thank you. send all of these dwarves training for a little bit. God lord, that is such a big army. I kind of can't wait to just watch that army slam into another squad. I'm trying to remember what fort it was. Like, sometime last year. That's a lot of blood. It's mostly Cyclops blood and Kia blood. Checks out. I did a fort a while ago, which was well, not based, but like everybody in that fort had to join the military, and every single military squad in that fort was Mark's Dwarves. It was right before they reworked how Mark's Dwarves work so that they were like easier to use. And I treated it kind of like a challenge, right? I was like, well, I need to just prove that Mark's Dwarves can be effective. And I just remember getting ambushed by a group of goblins. We're in an ad break, so I'll pause. That were wandering in through my front door. They appeared in my front gate, and immediately the first one flew to pieces. Like, it didn't even make it through the door. It died in the doorway. It lost its head, both of its hands, multiple fingers, many teeth, and like both of its legs. It basically just like turned into the Black Knight. Just poof, gone. We also had like multiple titans that did that. It just like walked, like I didn't have a door really. I just kind of had like a ramp going down into the fortress. And like this titan came in and I just set every single dwarf in the entire fort to training, and the titan just died. Just dead. The dwarves are moving weird. You must have missed something. I put up a video about it yesterday, Pointy Boot. It basically adds extra animation frames in between dwarves moving from one tile to the next, so it looks like they're moving smoothly. I've never seen American Gods. Waffles Wonderfish. You don't smite me with your anti-communist bullshittery. I'm not anti-communist. I just don't personally support communists. I think that it's like an important... Like, I would rather there be a communist party everywhere than not. For the same reason that, like, it's better to have some extreme people instead of just everybody slowly becoming extreme. If that makes sense? Like, the existence of one wildly out there party isn't necessarily a bad thing. So, I wouldn't vote for them, but I don't care if they exist. Kind of deal. I'm sorry, what? Hold on, I need to... Since we're flexing big words... There you go. That is a metal band, yes. And before you ask, no, I've never seen them. Oh, that metal... Yeah, it is that metal band, indeed. They are also kind of satirical and exist mostly to have the longest band name. Or existed, I guess, to have the longest band name. People who know of their music just refer to them as Zav or Zavelg. Sometimes I just need to take a hard corner and be like, changing the subject in 3, 2, 1. I don't know if that succeeded, but I tried. Scusum. Please go dig channel. Thank you. Longest band name yet. Actually, no, that's the correct thing, Waffles. Yes. They're really easy to find, though. You just go to Google and type in longest band name. Kinski, thank you very much for the 5th month. I know we've had a couple beers in the last couple minutes due to resubs, but thank you very much for helping keep the channel funded. Could I get a couple beers for that very kind resub? Cheers, dude. No. More like a cracked fake leather chair. I really need to swap the search engine on this web browser off of this crap. Just give me Wikipedia, you doofus. It's actually quite easy to read, too. So to me, it's not somebody threw spaghetti on an old vinyl sofa. It's like somebody hit an old vinyl sofa a couple times with a hammer and it cracked. Or like something I've developed this weird like beer drinking habit where I will look at the foam on the side of the beer and then try to decipher what the band name would be based on like the way the foam looks. Oh, sweet, something for us to horribly smack to pieces. The giantess Oxasp. A creature resembling a human, almost unparalleled in size. Ma'am, please put on a shirt. She's got a fucking Captain America shield. This is a large serrated bronze disc. It is decorated with fungi wood. That seems like a trophy. All right. The dwarves are all screaming Lemmy at him. I'm actually going to quick save. Oops, excuse me. Mostly because I want to show you guys what this actually looks like. Bro is doing tea leaf reading with his beer foam. You know, actually, that's not a bad way to put it, Dookie Cruncher. That's not a bad way to put it. Also, it's a good username, A+. So, I'm going to turn on smooth movement. Run this fight, and then reload it without smooth movement. Just to show you what this looks like in a fight, for those of you who haven't seen it. That's what you were picturing? Yeah, gosh. I'll be honest, like, it's a really interesting niche art form, drawing those metal band logos, because almost all of them are hand-drawn. Some of them are done digitally, but most of them are hand-drawn, which is just kind of neat. All right, so enable smooth movement. So the character that you're following doesn't get it, but when you're not following it, it does. But what's going to be neat is in a second, all these dwarves are just going to come in and pile drive it. So just look at this. This is just so fucking cool to me. I don't know. So the fight itself, if I'm not following the giant, like there's something about that that just looks super neat to me. Feel dizzy? It's bad when the game is paused and you move the screen. There's something bad about that. But when the game isn't paused and you move the screen, it's fine. So it obviously needs work, but I just quick saved so I could run it without it running. So disable smooth movement. Yeah, like if there could be a tiny little animation when two characters are actively doing battle and they bump into each other or bounce off of each other, like so you can see the direction that they're fighting, would be like peak. You know, I'm not the person who made it, but I've seen people ask that a lot today. So this is the official fight now. So this would make you into a miscellaneous object user. Well, oh, whoa. Reg the Axe Dwarf. The Axe Dwarf stabs the giantess with the iron spear, chipping the bone. But the giantess saws the Axe Dwarf in the lower body? I've got to be honest. I don't think I've ever seen anything use a giant axe blade or like a giant saw blade, a serrated disc as a weapon before, so I've never seen that line used that way. Please let this dwarf kill it. The giantess gains possession of the disc. The dwarf gains possession of their spear. Holy fuck, this dwarf gets a goddamn trophy. Also, I need to double check. Do I have a hospital at the moment? I do technically need a space that's also a hospital, so... No, this dwarf is dead. This dwarf will not, in fact, recover. That is brutal. If someone could grab the GitHub link to that project, feel free to link it in the chat. That is brutal, man. Giant Slayer. What a fucking hero, man. This dwarf also must have been really, really large, because that's a lot of blood. I'm putting in an engraving of Giant Slayer right there. Going to make a statue for Giant Slayer. Just one. And one of those. And it's time for the dwarves to get rid of this dwarf. Can we get a big rest in peace to pay respects for such a legendary dwarf? I was just going to put it on a pedestal near where this dwarf's, or maybe put it in the tomb with this dwarf. Could also put the gravestone for this dwarf, the memorial, in a tomb next to the giant's corpse. Or maybe I should just put it next to the giant's corpse. Because, like, down here, I have this. This is a Cyclops corpse. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the giant's corpse on there. I don't know what I'm going to do with the disc. I don't. Not yet. I will think about that for the next couple minutes. Because I don't really want anybody to steal it. Rock pedestals. Let's see what we got for that image, though. It's an image of Giant Slayer, the dwarf. Giant Slayer is laboring. The artwork relates to the settling of Giant Slayer, Misty Rim, in ancient Greece. Oh, also, I haven't said this out loud at any point today. In 258, this fortress is called Ancientgrease. That's all. Hello, approximated human. How's your approximated life been? That sounded like an insult. It wasn't intended as one. Rest in peace. Ancient Greece. Ancient Greece, you know the stuff that you have to get out of your engine once in a while? You're an approximated human. Well, it's better than being an asphyxiated human. What do you call a day-old pizza? I don't know. What do you call a day-old pizza? I don't actually know. Ancient Greece? Maybe a year-old pizza. I don't know about day-old. Now that I do it, that yes, Patrick, yeah, I can smell that can from here, actually. Thanks for putting that image back in my head. Rest in peace, Grandma. Actually, I think my parents had one of those growing up, too. Wasn't unique to my grandma. Although I think it was a nabob. I don't think it was a Folgers. Folgers, like, was never super common. It was always nabob that was around when it came to cheap, crappy coffee tins that were common. I getcha. I mean, a lot of usernames that are jokes are based in reality. Like, mine was originally self-deprecating humor, too, and we all saw how that worked out. Okay, so this artifact, I'm thinking, will go in the Queen's quarters. Shoutouts to Shorticus. who is, shockingly enough, not here to shorter kiss the market. He's actually here to be a manager and to place the corpse of this giant onto a pedestal. Hey, chat, somebody has to help out approximated human with an approximated sub. Could you approximate my request, please? I mean, you don't have to. Set it as a trap in the tomb? I actually, I could just place it in front of their slab as a trap. I'm not allowed to use weapon traps, so this is just placing of a disc, not making a weapon trap. These are two totally different things. Do not confuse the two, chat. This is me preserving and protecting an artifact, not utilizing a weapon trap. Watch somebody die on this weapon trap later down the line, and I will laugh pretty hard. You know, I've never seen any rules of cool, so I think I'm safe to continue not being cool. It's a curse for the Tomb Raiders. Oh yeah, true. That's far worse. We'll catch some American when he shows up saying it belongs in a museum. Something something. The Fountain of Youth. What was he looking for in the last movie? I can't actually remember. How are the dwarfs today? Is out here? Pretty good. Chat, are you guys enjoying the dwarf stream today? I feel like I'm rusty. I don't know. Because the last stream I did was Thursday, and the last dwarf stream I did was the week before on Thursday, so, like, I feel rusty. It's the only way to put it. There's a dead bunny. We should get rid of that. None of these are tombs. Unfollow your dreams. I'm sorry. I don't think I've ever seen a gremlin drive it away on the surface. Obviously, like, I realize that the only way to the caverns is through that stairwell on the surface. But man, that's funny. Oh man, I was gonna name him Caesar, but... Oh. Also, Weed was here earlier and asked for a dwarf, and I completely missed it. Pythos! Thank you very much for the raid. I found a gremlin. If you're curious what kind of fort this is, we're building a Spartan fort. So we're loosely following rules set by the movie 300. So all male dwarves are shirtless. It's pretty strict what kind of weapons I can use. We have to throw people we don't like into a big hole and scream, "This is Sparta," and that kind of jazz. So it's dumb, and don't worry about it. But aside from that, welcome Raiders. Hi, my name is Greg. I play too much Dwarf Fortress. Sometimes chat lets me play other games like I did last week. And I need to name a dwarf job. Per request of Weed. You were doing astronauts, but it crashed? Oh. Well, that's not good. I had no crashes in my, 30-something hours playing that game over the last few weeks. Best of luck with that. Well, he said job, J-O-B. So I'm fulfilling his request. But we just had a dwarf one-on-one a giant and win. But the giant actually killed the dwarf with a serrated disc artifact, which is intense. So I'm putting the giant's corpse onto a pedestal. Working in the background and you all tabbed. Were you playing full screen or borderless window? Well, regardless, I hope you don't lose your save. Only the unnatural gases, Patrick. Do Are you a single monitor player, or do you use multiple monitors? I'm just kind of curious as to what may have been the cause of that. That sucks, though. My condolences. Crashes are never fun, but were you having fun up until that point? It's you overextending. Yeah. I'm certainly guilty of doing I feel like that might just be a streamer tendency sometimes, where it's just like the weird need to just like I need to like constantly find things to talk about. So I'm going to tab out during this thing so that I have something to talk about instead of just being like waiting for this thing to finish. Like load screens are the devil, basically. Whereas, I don't know. It just makes me more distracted when I do it. Like, I try to do that whenever an ad break happens. I try to tab out of Dwarf Fortress to find something else to talk about, but in reality, I just end up looking at my YouTube analytics. It's like, this isn't helpful to anybody. He says that as he's looking at his YouTube analytics. There's definitely no truth to this statement. Trust me. But anyway, welcome Raiders. Thank you very much for the raid. If I could get a couple beers for the Raiders, that'd be cool. We did have a sub 20 minutes ago, so chat, so maybe a little tired of the beer posting, but like, I don't know, if you've got a couple beers in your system. Also, that's a resub, so even more reason to post beers. Please don't drown the Raiders. And thanks to anybody coming over from the raid. Also, mods, did I get a shout out for Pythos? If I did, I didn't see it. You can't give first aid to NPCs. Oh, it's just like animals in Dwarf Fort. I didn't know there was first aid in that game. Let's see. Looks like it did go through and I just didn't see it, so yay! You did the thing? I'm glad you did the thing. Thanks for doing the thing. The thing is important, so. And it's a thing that I would forget to do 80% of the time if you didn't do the thing, so. I appreciate you for doing the thing. And this. Well, the disc is over there now, so I'll figure out something else to put on that. Once they're down, they're pretty much dead. There's a bit in The Expanse where they talk about if you get any kind of like injury on an artery or any kind of major flesh wound in space, you are more or less dead. I guess like in that sense it kind of makes sense, but yeah, it does also mechanically just as a video game kind of suck. I never actually managed to get to the point where I had any crewmates, so. MJ, have you never watched this stream before? Also, fun fact, I was informed by my psychiatrist a number of years ago that I have extremely severe OCD. And you know what? My OCD makes me not give a shit about you and your symmetrical needs. So, deal with it. You'll survive. Without a self-healing suit, the blood will boil and freeze. Yep. Which would accelerate bleeding. And I assume there's no self-healing suits in astronauts. Regardless, though, I do hope you're able to recover your save. Because losing time in a game sucks. Although at least the way I played that game, I had so many backups for my saves. Just constantly. Also, to the person whining about the lack of symmetry in this fortress, you very much, like, are doing the best job you possibly can at being like, I'm brand new here and have never watched this stream once in my life. I don't even know what this is. What is a dwarf fort? Without saying all those words. So, congrats, you've done diddly doed it. Oh, great. Why not? You know, the reason some people find it hard to be creative with patterns is because they don't ever think that, like, making this wall slightly flatter and then making the next building down here match that would look cooler, which is actually kind of what I was planning on doing. And now that you're whining so much, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to make it look worse. Cause you all of the pain I possibly can. Because it makes my dark heart happy. Sorry, I had a weird flash and forgot what I was saying. What's going on, chat? Make it worse because funny? On it, boss. Yeah, I mean, your face isn't symmetrical is always my favorite response. It's like, oh, you can't stand things that aren't symmetrical? Well, don't ever look in a mirror then. Is also pretty good. Damn right, Vivid. Because you said your OCD hurts. That's all that you need to say. There isn't a single symmetrical thing in this entire fort. Do not look at the tower in the middle. There isn't a single symmetrical thing in this entire fort. I mean, level 1 noob is literally just... Hold up. Level 1 noob for Dwarf Fortress is one layer... Actually, sorry. One layer beneath the... I was going to say one layer beneath the forest. So actually, I guess, like, over here, right? Level 1 noob. Oops. That's the... Okay, that is truly level 1 noob. I was using the woodcutting tool. That, and then... And then... And then... Oh, no! They're not symmetrical. Hold on. And then and then and then oops, nope, that wrong tool. Truly level 1 noob here. Accurate representation, not even remotely comedic or satirical. And then and then you go up to the top, and then you go up to here, and then you cut down all the trees. That's level 1 noob. The only thing that I missed was the part where I also have to hit the creek at some point, but, you know. That's how you start your forts. I'm glad you, I don't know, are living your forts to their fullest. All right. No shade really meant. I'm just trying to be satirical here. No. Just use wood, that's totally fine. Great. Well, they have no way up there right now, so. Let's go over to this side. They got all that. Why is there people doing murder against a giraffe? Please unraff this giraffe. There we go. Problem sorted. Cut down all the trees and watch the ceiling cave in. Absolutely. I'm going to go lay down for a little micro nap. I wish I could do that. Genuinely. That's a superpower that I wish I possessed. Enjoy your micro nap. And thanks for the raid. I really do appreciate it. Till you make a symmetrical version by flipping one side over the. I always like to reference the there's a I don't know if it still exists, but there was a photography exhibit that I remember seeing photos of years ago that was shown in Hollywood Oculux, which was like famous celebrities that you know, and it's a photo of them, and then on the next side of the pillar was just the right half of their face doubled, and then to the left side of the pillar was the left half of their face doubled, and then the back of the pillar was their face mirrored. It's kind of nuts. It's like, wow, this is just fucking 4 different people. Can't believe the ridiculousness of the mythical beasts in this game. Any particular standouts for you? Giraffe, what a stupidly ridiculous mythical creature that never existed. Right, suited giraffe? I felt zealous in competently performing the rites of their temple. So you grab this lead babbin. Is what this dwarf is muttering. Lead babbin. What kind of magic power is extra neck? Be in a metal band. I think. Silly long neck horses. They're pretty silly looking, though. I can't deny it. I'm astonished that the queen isn't satisfied with her open space outside. Didn't feel anything after seeing a giraffe die. Good. Or being a Formula 1 driver, or a jet pilot. Those are all ways to acquire more neck. Do a job that requires you to be under heavy G-forces, or be in a metal band. That's how you acquire extra neck. Me thanks, Elkbird. Me thanks. We are... Okay. I've been resisting farming for, like, no reason in particular. I'm gonna start farming. What a place to lie down for a nap. I mean, this is just the blood around my well, which is kind of fucked up to the point where I feel like I should just place a bunch of obsidian floors there so that they'll clean it. See, now they clean it. Magical. The gem setter, Reg, has created Lead Babbin, a turquoise armor stand, and offers it to the muscular spear of strength, whom I'm going to give to my queen. Armor stand. I always confuse armor stands and weapon racks and never remember what it was 30 seconds after I say it out loud. It kind of looks like it's microclimb. Hit play pause. Play pause on the stream, Hulkbird. Your stream and audio are desynced. It's trying to catch up. It means that either your ISP stuttered or Twitch stuttered. It's a weird artifacting of the Twitch player that happens once in a blue moon. The queen still isn't happy with her bedroom. That's kind of wild, actually. Queen, what do you like? Queenie weenie. You like diorite and yellow jasper. The color dark pink. Picks and bracelets. I'm going to I don't think I have any yellow jasper. Big sad. What if I put a pick on this? Be a bit of a pick-me-up. Well, I don't have adamantine nor steel, so that's actually kind of difficult. This giraffe is overwhelmed by terror, which is kind of funny. Making more clay bricks. Consistently and steadily. Can make brass. Let's just do both of those. Not bad. Giraffe soap? We don't have soap. Currently, I'm a little bit short on drink, though. What's up, Michael K? Unless it's Michaelk, which is harder to say. You, sir, are saying mean things to me with absolutely no reasoning behind it. This is my stream. And I won't take this slander. I think what you are saying is very offensive and mean to me. And saying that I have no sense of geometric beauty is a thoughtless, senseless misinterpretation of actual events. And I demand compensation in the format of a $1.99 super chat, or I will complain for the next, I don't know, 90 seconds. They said that I have no sense of geometric beauty. I do, where it matters. Unlike your face! Okay, never mind, we're done. You don't have to pay the bribe. We win. We're even. Unironically, though, jokes aside, I do actually like the beauty and imperfections. Things that are, like, overly perfect kind of don't bother me, but, like, to me, it's kind of lazy. It's like, you could do better, you know? Like, something that's, like, a perfect geometric pattern is, like, neat once, but loses its flair pretty quickly. Super chat, more like lame chat. I don't know where I'm going with this. It's just like the dwarves, like, it is weird and unthinkable that the dwarves would ever build a structure that is perfectly symmetrical because they can't see it from the top down. So that wouldn't be interesting vertically. Oopsies. Whoosh. But I will say, I just genuinely build what I like looking at. And the reason I build forts the way I do is because I like looking at them. Sure, but if the enemy is right against the base of the tower, unless they're looking through a floor grate straight down, they won't be able to hit a character on level 0. So, like, if a dwarf is standing here, right, and this is layer 5 below or 5 up. If this is fortified, then they could shoot at them if they're on the same level. They could probably shoot at them if they're down here, but they could also probably shoot at them at level 0. But if it's like close, the closer they get, the harder it's going to be for that dwarf to shoot until they get like right up to the edge. and then they won't be able to shoot at them at all. If there wasn't a wall here and the dwarf could walk up to the edge, then they could shoot right up until about there. If this is a grate and they can see down through the floor, then they could shoot through the grate, but the more exposure the enemy has to the dwarf, the more dangerous it is for the dwarf as well. All geometry is beautiful, except for when I had to do it in school. Then it really sucked. It was just boring. Trigonometry was kind of cool because I got to learn how cannons work, but that's about it. I don't actually have an answer to that question. I would assume no, but that's an assumption. I would be guessing, and so I'm not going to guess. I don't know. All right, it's time to take the top 3 squads and be like, all right, who's weak and sickly looking that I can go steal stuff from, such as this Goblin Forest Retreat. So Eurystes, my shirtless, bronze greaves wearing, bronze low boot wearing, militia commander is running directly past that giraffe, who I'm going to stab to death with an unrelated squad, and is sending their squad up north, followed by Beercles and Six and various other dwarves. And of course my broker ranger Rick, so thankfully I have no likely need to have to trade. Off to go raid some goblins. Because nobody's allowed to bully the neighboring elves except for us. It's like Athens. Only we're allowed to beat them in sports. And also apparently we're getting a shower and learning how to swim on the way. This actually. I was curious about how quickly water would come out of that. Answer, pretty quick. Wait until Mikhail learns that all beauty is subjective. And they have the my subjectively, in my opinion, their opinion is subjectively wrong. I don't think I Englished that correctly, but I can workshop that. What am I doing with all the water? Oh, I just wanted to see how fast it would flow. Literally just like checking to see how quickly it would go whoosh. Clearly we're planning to surround them because we got dwarves leaving at different angles. Eurystes the shirtless for the added comedy, but they're all shirtless. That would be like Bobby Beardhaver. All of the, well, I mean, I don't know. Why is he notable? It's weird for dwarves to be shirtless, okay? So just the fact that there's a platoon of shirtless dwarves is kind of notable. Like, that in and of itself is kind of a notable thing. Prove me wrong, I don't know. chat's gonna be like, joke's on you, I've never made clothes in my life, so none of my dwarves wear anything. So Dookie Cruncher in YouTube chat says, dude, I have 70 hours and I didn't know that you could raid. How? You click on the world map or hit Y on the keyboard. I like to click center on fort. And then you just pick something that isn't your own faction. So something that isn't blue. You click it, and then you click attack, and then you select who you want to send, and then you click done. But I don't want to attack them because they're allied with me right now. The Dark Elven Pits of Underevil. Okay. Sorry, no. Underdevil. Also pretty good. Sending my dwarves to go invade Underdevil as an example. And then they grab their shit and go do the thwackety whack. I will say, I have a feeling there's going to be a patch tomorrow because Tarn said that they're working on a routine patch. So if you're planning on starting a new fort, maybe wait till tomorrow. In your opinion, our opinion is subjectively wrong, but objectively right. I objectively think that this conversation is silly, but I will not make symmetrical forts. I think that might be the actually main and only true objective opinion here, is that this conversation is kind of silly. Can we agree on that? Or is this very serial argument and you must grab the Captain Crunch to really truly prove how important this is? Good news, I'm still making clay bricks. You've literally never raided anything in Dwarf Fort? Is there a particular reason why? You don't necessarily need to attack things. My first squad is back. You check the reports by going to the overworld and clicking reports. And the Boat of Seizing, which is my faction, slipped in to Squish hailed undetected by the humid hex of the Tick of Beasts, and the forces of the muscular Spear of Strength searched that place and found nothing of value. Well, that's good to know. Thanks. And that's it. So I'm going to attack them again, except this time we're going to pillage the place. And to send those squads. And see how they go. I was gonna say, there's a lot of helms there. Why aren't they wearing them? Go put on some helmets. You lazy buggers. See ya, Rick. Horrified after reliving seeing a giantess's dead body. Oh no, are you sad about that? Well, that's too bad. Keep training, you potato. One of these days, you'll learn to be strong. This day isn't today, clearly. This isn't, Gearist Town. This is... You know, I think it's Sparta, actually. I think that's what I'm supposed to say, right? Not too far off. I am actually kind of not amazed, but like it's one of the reasons why I'm glad I still stream this game is because there's so many things in this game that are like not very well explained at all. NEA7 YouTube chat says, "Hey, how's it going?" Twitch chat, how's it going? It's good to see you. My day is going okay. I think the stream is going all right. I don't really have like the overworld universe big picture perspective while I'm streaming, so I think today's stream's going pretty good. I'm about $60 US off the daily minimum, which ain't great, but you know, worse things have happened to better people. I had a video yesterday which did pretty damn great for a little thing that took me 2 hours to put together, so I'm quite happy about that. And yeah, I don't know. No complaints. On the outside? Well, that's like the beginnings of a water feature. It's just like the beta version 0.5. Like not even like the fully released unfinished version. Speaking of fully released unfinished versions, the Forgotten Beast Alvuz Mothrambasic has come. A humanoid composed of Morganite. Great. It has a bloated body beware its poison vapor. All right, so I want my dwarfs to not be a dum-dum, which they're probably going to be a dum-dum, but it is whatever. It happens to the best of us. And I'm just going to tell them to go up here. And that squad already returned. Holy shit, that was quick. I'm going to assign the entirety of my military to right there. And I'm going to see how they did first. They went and pillaged that place that's just north of us, or just south of us, rather. The boat of Seizing attacked the Tick of Beasts at Squashtail. The dwarf Eurystes led the attack, and the defenders were led by a goblin named Udmath cowers your butt. Anyway, the Eurystes vessel Vase Gravel outmatched the goblin with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. Some dwarves tussled, nothing of value happened, and then the goblin was struck down. And then another goblin was struck down. And then another goblin was struck down. And then we looted treasure, which was a lead cage, a bismuth crown, 2 greaves, 2 guavas specifically, 25 silver bolts, 1 copper buckler, 2 jaguar leather gloves, 1 copper cage, elephant leather gloves, 2 of them, and eagle leather backpack, eagle brand leather backpack probably, an elephant leather water skin, 2 copper high boots, 1 quartzite altar, and 1 copper great pick. It's fantastic that nobody was dumb enough to acquire a shirt. I would have had to confiscate it and forbid it and probably throw it into a volcano. Anyways, I'm going to unforbid this pick and put the great pick there because that's just kind of cool. All right, Areno, where's this beast? Pretty far away. It's going to take this critter a while to get to the surface, so let's see how it goes. You tie plant fires or sheep together and drape it on yourself. It's no longer uncomfortably hot in here. That's cool. Oh, I see what you did there. Nice pun indeed. What was that? Oh, it's a fish person. Forgotten Beast, whoops. Forgotten Beast kicks the old man spearman in the head with its left foot and the injured part collapses. Right. Also, the other squadrino is back. So these are all the dwarves waiting for this Forgotten Beast to pop its face out. Do you think they got this? Assuming it doesn't have paralyzing smoke, we should be good. The defenders had a strong positional advantage in Under Evil. I mean, with a name like with a name like Underdevil, like, it makes sense. But it was thankfully only one defender, and they killed him. So they looted treasure and got a bunch of random crap. Please no shirts. Please no shirts. Please no shirts. Please no shirts. Yeah, no shirts. Okay, cool. I did get a quartzite altar though, which I will use to alter the course of history by putting it into my temple. Outside of the burrow now. I just wish that there was an all button in the task screen, like here. Pause all, cancel all. Would literally do it. You lost your longest running fortress. You lost it to the clowns. Honestly, I consider that a win condition. Hey, chat, can I get a big congrats to Hellion for the successful collapse of a fortress? It's time to reclaim it or build nearby and build up a bigger population and show those clowns who's, I was gonna say boss, but like dungeon master? No. Mayor? No. King. There we go. That works. What about if you're a Nicolas Cage, Letteran? You know, I'm starting to see the faults of my ways, chat. Today, because I failed to build things symmetrically, just like, you know, volcanoes are not symmetrical. And I failed to not do anything except for tell bad puns pretty constantly and not drink enough water. That's why we haven't met the daily minimum today. If you want to help support this stream and keep it free from sponsorships from video games that you guys don't want to see me stream and I don't want to play, the best way to do that is by subscribing to twitch.tv/BLINDIRL, either on Twitch or on YouTube, or becoming a YouTube member in that case, or cheering bits, or using super chats, or jumping up and down and screaming the name of this Twitch channel out your window. I don't know. Twitch suggested I should watch me recently, which I thought was hysterical, by the way. You know, I could have all these dwarves waiting upstairs. Or I could just take the entirety of my army and just be like, blump. It'll come down eventually. Oh. Never mind. It's actually going up to here. So instead, I will... Where is it? You know what? Fuck it, actually. I'm going to play this safe. There's also a cape there now. That's cool. Does this button help? One at a time. Absolutely. Vivid. Thank you very much for checking out a gift. Cheers, mate. Oh. I missed it. Shit. That's a shame. Who got it, though? The Forgotten Beezus was killed by a swordsmaster who slashed in the upper body with an obsidian short sword, and the injured part is cloven asunder. I'm going to take my entire squad. And we... Are gonna go shame a tick. Good luck, dwarves. May your ticks be shameful. The rest of you get back to training. We have work to do. That is, like, not a small army. Devil Dawn, thanks for the 5-pack. Thanks for being one of the OGs around these parts and for helping keep the channel funded one week at a time. Cheers, man. And you thought was going to your fortress ended with a violent fight between a beast made of ash and studded with gems and a miner who ironically was the first dwarf you got from a miner. Well, that's pretty cool. I remember I had this fortress once called Stonewater. Loud siren going by. It's distracting. And Stonewater... was it Stonewater or was it Heatstone? I always confuse the two, actually. No joke there. Like, just true story. I always confuse the two. Anyway, it was the last fort that I did before Premium released. So it was like, you know, the last fort I did before I got famous. You know, like the back when I was still cool and indie is what I mean. Anyway. No, it was the last fortress that I did before Premium released. And it had this... like these selections of towers that were like giant and cool, and they could pour lava onto the enemy's head. And the neatest thing about that fortress was I thought it was going to die and be done several times. This is going to be some sort of defensive structure. I don't know what. The first time I thought it was going to die was because we got attacked by a fire-breathing creature that was a forgotten beast that was made out of a very unpleasant material, shall we say. I was a Titan, actually, not a forgotten beast. But anyway, it attacked us, and I thought we were going to die because I was like, there's no way we are going to defeat this thing. Like, this is going to defeat us all. And we had about 150 population, and we went down to about 70. And I was convinced that the fort was done. I was like, there's no way that I'm coming back from this. Then we got attacked by a forgotten beast or another Titan that had a similar ability. I don't think it was fire. I'm pretty sure it was gas. But then we went down to a population of 12. I was like, yeah, that's it. This fortress its days are numbered at this point. And I was practically throwing in the towel. But we managed to get back up to a population of 180 or so. And then the fortress fell to a dragon. There's always a bigger threat, is I guess what I'm trying to say. I didn't really have an inspirational story, but... You just finished God of War Ragnarok. Can you ask us something? Sure. Hold up. I need to read this out loud because I've never seen this in a YouTube chat. I do custom designs for streamers like logo, banners, overlays, animated alerts, and VTubers, etc. One, do I look like a fucking VTuber to you? No pressure at all. Would you like to see my portfolio? The only time I ever see that is when randos add you on Discord and immediately DM you, call you, and then send a sticker and then, like, try to get your money. Are you telling me that they've made their way out of Discord? And if you're a human being, how many chats have you been banned in? Anyway, see ya. Go away, please. That's my first time seeing that in a YouTube chat. Ever. I'm sure it's not uncommon, but... A Gwam win? Drive it away. Nah. See ya. Welcome back, Beagle Eagle. I hope you're enjoying the Wiggly Beagly. Sounds more like a LinkedIn loony than a bot. Aren't those the same thing, though? I had this, there's this person I don't like who is a regular at the brewery that I go to. And I learned recently what her business is, and I won't say what she does for a living because I don't know, I obviously don't want people to go figure out who this person is in any way, shape, or form. So I will just simply say that she convinces like companies with a lot of money to give her money in exchange for advice. I'll just say that much. And I had this discussion with her once. It's probably the longest conversation I ever had with her. Because she was complaining that AI was getting more expensive. She's like, they shouldn't be charging this much. Like, it's not sustainable. People can't be charging this much. And at one point, I was just like, kind of blankly asked her, like, well, what are you using it for? She's like, well, it's running all of my social media. I'm like, that seems like a terrible idea. And she goes, what do you mean? It's saving me so much time. I was like, but who's reading it? She goes, my potential customers on Facebook and Instagram and Twitter? I'm like, who? And she didn't seem to get it. I feel like when you spend too much time on like YouTube or Twitch or when you do what I do for a living, I feel like we're a little bit ahead of the curve of like dead internet theory acceptance and realizing that it's a problem. I don't know. Yeah, but like if you the thing is like if I see a mom and pop shop, like a small business, because Dookie in YouTube chat says if I ever see somebody using AI, it's easy to tell, and I stop visiting. Sure, totally. Like, if I see a mom and pop business using AI, if it's a business I don't know, like if it's a new business, like a new restaurant just opened, right, and like their menu's all AI. That's just sad and I won't go. If I see a business that's been around for a while suddenly start using an AI, I will worry something is wrong. But in this case, this is just somebody who, you know, doesn't work publicly facing. So... And like, you know, it's a tool like anything else, and there are some things that it's worth using for. I mean, I've said before what I use it for. I use it to tell me if my YouTube tags are any good because it takes less time, literally, than using the manual tools I used to do to complete the exact same task before. Basically, like, what are the highest search ranking terms for this topic on YouTube right now? Because turns out Gemini knows. Like, Gemini is just in those fucking servers. It's just like if you want to hack an Instagram account, you go ask Llama. Oh, Llama. So that shit's actually kind of useful. I don't have to give some crappy startup money. I can just go ask Gemini. But at the same time, we're so fucked. That's all I got, chat. We're so fucked. We are so fucked. It's the using it for everything that's the problem. You don't touch that shit in any way? Yeah. And honestly, I envy that. It's an enviable position to be in, Stone. Tetris. Beagle Weagle. It's like a calculator? It would be like a calculator if like 1 in 10 times it got 1 + 1 = 2 incorrect. It's like a calculator with a random number generator thrown in there. It's okay to a point, but you don't want slop. Sure. To me, like, the way I'm trying to think about the tools that are integrated into things that are AI based or machine learning based is it's kind of like, you know how I see a beak dog, which means we clearly won that fight. You know how there probably isn't an article or a document or even a book that hasn't been touched by some form of spell check. To me, personally, my opinion is we're kind of hitting that point with software where it's virtually impossible to not have software that has had some sort of agent fiddle with it at some point. But assuming it's well-made software, that is fine, generally, as far as I'm concerned, anyways. But if you sit down and you're like, hey, Robit, writeth the book, that's a waste of everybody's time. And I do think that there's a big difference between saying, hey, Wobit, writeth the booketh, and, writing a book. No, consequence of me not making a specialized one popular enough early on. This is a very normal amount of, guild requests. And also I have a huge pottery industry, so we're going to get at least 2 off of that. Because all of these dwarves are over here just doing all this. Doing stuff with clay. So no, none of this is abnormal. It's a very normal amount. Maybe my camera is AI generated? The camera that I'm using has an AI filter feature on it that I'm not using because I didn't install their software because it doesn't run on Linux. So no, my camera is not generated. You can go back in time and watch me age by watching my old VODs. But what's crazy though is there probably is footage that's been generated using my footage. In fact, I guarantee you that exists. Way ahead of you there. I already have one. And it's gonna be a warm fall when you hit the bottom. Also, all the male dwarves are shirtless, I should specify. And whenever I see one with a shirt, I have to strip his clothes off. You see, I don't even think that's a bad use of it. If you have a crap TV and terrible internet connection, and you want to watch some low-quality stream stuff on your terrible internet connection, I understand why, frame smoothing and stuff exists. I think it's fugly, especially if you're trying to watch, a Blu-ray. But, that's not even, a bad use of that tech. Is it optimal? No. Does it look good? No. But, in certain instances, it probably looks better than, the alternative. I have been working on one for the last 2 weekends. I've got 45 hours of footage from one fort cut up. I'm in the process of voicing it. And that's Witch Raptor, was the fortress that's covering. And I have a Dwarf Fortress Getting Started Guide 2026, which drops tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Pacific? I think that's what I scheduled it 3 weeks ago. So I accepted the Woodworkers Guild first. But the actual answer is I always have some sort of project in the works, if I'm talking about it or not. I'd say about 1 in 3 projects I start get finished. The reason so many don't is just purely perfectionism. If I'm not happy I don't release it. That's interesting that you feel that way, Ohalian, because I feel like it's a very... Like, it expanded a lot, like, right around the time Dwarf Fortress released. And since then, sure, it's expanded more, but not quickly. So it's never felt like it's been a particularly quick expansion. So, it certainly has expanded, but it's slowed pretty heavily at a point. But still nice to see. I'm gonna make 2 brass statues. Of Slayer? No, Slayer. Giant Slayer. Dwarves don't care about it. It used to cause some pretty major bugs, which I think have all been fixed. Like, I'm pretty sure they've all been fixed. I'm saying that with, like, a question mark, but I'm pretty sure they've all been fixed. It used to be the cause of the infinite artifacts. No, absolutely. Well, I think yes and no. I think like there's in some ways less talk about it than there was before. But the way the Dwarf Fortress talk used to happen was always like in weird hushed tones that like, oh, have you played Dwarf Fortress? It was always this kind of like this weird like gamer unobtainium. And that has gone away like entirely. More or less. Like, there's still some people like, oh, I'm intimidated by that. But it's not like, oh my god, you know that game? So it's a very different kind of conversation. And it used to happen a lot more in, like, places like Reddit or, like, it was used kind of like a meme or like a reference where it's just like, oh, you know, do you like hard games? Well, you should play this. And now it's more just like oh yeah, I like that game, or oh, I don't like that game, or oh, I find that game intimidating. So it's a very different kind of conversation when it does happen now, though. Doesn't mean it's bad. It's just different. That's not a bad comparison. Like D&D. I have a tin crown artifact? Huh. Wild. I'm pretty sure that's literally Microsoft Excel and not Dwarf Fortress, Clino, but we can agree to disagree, I guess. In response to YouTube chat, yes, I'm on Linux. But it's very fun to have something built and watch it fall to rubble from a tantrum spiral. I can tell that you've been playing this game for a while, or have been around for a bit, the way you're talking. But yeah, no, it's certainly been nice. It's been a fun couple years, to say the least. Well, now that one's done. So now I need a Crafts Dwarf's Guild, which I'm just gonna cram back into here. Wait, you keep count? That's crazy. I kind of sometimes wish I knew how many fortresses-ish I'd built, but I have zero fucking idea. Like, I say this occasionally, but Dwarf Fortress lost a lot of nerd cred. Still have your first fortress on backup? I don't. Donut, I ain't no digital hoarder. At least not that kind of digital hoarder. Donut has been taken by a Fey mood. He's off to find his hole. Have him on a thumb drive. Have you plugged it in recently? Double check for bit rot. I have a question, Dookie Cruncher. What's your favorite era of computers that you can remember? Because Dookie Cruncher in YouTube chat says, if I wasn't such an idiot, I would use Linux. Why lose nerd cred? Because graphics made it more accessible? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, like, I said this a lot before Dwarf Fortress released on Steam when I was streaming it, which is the majority of people who go on about how hard Dwarf Fortress is have never actually played Dwarf Fortress, or they've only played enough to say that they've played Dwarf Fortress and then go around talking about how hard Dwarf Fortress is. Because I don't think Dwarf Fortress has ever been particularly hard. It's had eras where it's been unfair. But, as a video game, it's not that hard. It's just deep, and there's a lot to understand. And once you kind of get past that initial ledge, it smooths off quite quickly. That's good. I'll end the check on them. So many people played like once in 2010 or 2007 whenever a story was going viral about it or a bug went viral about it, played it for long enough to figure out what they were looking at and then never played again and then talked about how they played it. I don't want to talk about RimWorld. Ironically, we've managed to get through most of today minimally discussing RimWorld and how it's not Dwarf Fortress. And yeah, so then why are you bringing it up? Stop it. You have since doubled that somehow? No, absolutely. So a lot more people play Dwarf Fortress, and because it's a much less mythically misunderstood thing, it's a much more of a known quantity, which that, like, I've seen people literally state in my chat that, like, I miss the cool factor. It's like, oh, you just miss your nerd cred. That's what I mean. Anyways, at the end of the day, though, this game lets me make a living doing whatever the hell this is, and so I'm very happy about that. And I've gotten to promote and push some other cool games in the process, which is also nice. You've gotten into the Total War games? You should get into the Totally Spies games. Did they ever make any Totally Spies games? I don't know. Totally Radical. I don't know why there's an overlap in my brain between Total War and Totally Spies. Maybe it's because Rome Total War was around the same time my little sister was watching a lot of Totally Spies, and so I just kind of like associate the two things in my head. Kids' cartoons. It's a lot to wrap your head around because you tend to obsess over every single detail and never thought it was hard to play. Certainly, yeah. It's also a game that will drive you nuts. I think, for years I've said because this game intentionally will design you to drive you nuts if you obsess over micromanaging and details and stuff. Although more so like lately, I've started to feel like maybe like Tarn is pushing back against my preconceived notion of that and the way the game's been developing, so we'll see. Maybe it'll become more manageable from a micromanager's perspective in the future. We'll see. I've always just thought of it as a god game. It depends on the amount of moisture in your world, Overlord 2D. If there's a lot of moisture in your world, then yeah, you can have multiple stacked layers of aquifer back to back. If you don't have that much moisture, then it'll be a lot drier. While we're waiting for this ad to end, let's see how this fight went. The attackers had a strong positional advantage, and we took out that. Wow, that goblin got brutally ripped apart. His ear was torn off, his arm was torn off, his left foot was torn off. I'm sorry, his one toe on his foot was torn off, and then his neck was stabbed by to a paddle subtle. Not very subtle with that paddle, are you? Eurystes also killed a goblin, and we destroyed Shame Tick. What a shameful tick. What do we get? 7 beak dogs, 19 beak dogs. God damn, dude. That's a... Beak and me dogs. That's a lot of beak dogs. How you doing? Killed a goblin? How about you? No kills of goblins. How about you? No kills of goblins. Let's go fight some more goblins. Let's go... maybe not this one. We're going to pillage you. Just raise it, actually. And then you, this goblin forced retreat. I'm going to conquer and occupy it. With the bottommost squad, which is literally run by nobody. I screwed up. I'm going to go conquer and occupy it with not them. I'm going to conquer and occupy it with them, the dutiful tools, who are very dutifully toolful and are run by Logan. Because we're Spartans. We're going to go take over territory. Those goblins took our mountain home right at the very start of the fort. We should take some back. Meanwhile, Donut, completely unrelated to that whole thing, has made Gazot Duk Dakas. It needs more Dakas, definitely. An intricate beak dog leather low boot. And offers it to the Machilar Spear of Strength. And it be right here. It is an intricate beak dog leather beak dog leather low boot. All craft ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushion magnetite cabochons and pear cut indigo tourmalines, and studded with zinc and decorated with beak dog leather. And this object is, of course, menacing with hanging strings, rings of earthenware. And on the item is an image of Zuglar Spike Earth, the dwarf, and dwarves in earthenware. Zuglar Spikes Earth. Yes, the dwarf is surrounded by the dwarves. The era relates the ascension of the dwarf Zuglar Spikes Earth to the position of king of the boat of seizing in the year 103. Fitting name for a king, frankly. On the item is an image of Judge Beaches, the obsidian table. On the item is an image of Iteb's skin tomes, the dwarf and dwarves in earthenware. Iteb's skin tomes is surrounded by dwarf. Artwork relate on it to ascension of Iteb skin tomes to the position of queen of the boat of seizing in 128. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. But unfortunately, you embark in the mountains, there's almost always some hard stone figure down past through the aquifer. Yeah. Yeah, 19 beak dogs, which means most of the meat we have right now is beak dog, Which means there's probably more beak dog. No, 4 left. I got so much zinc, apparently. When people say they want railings, I'm just like, fucking get yourself some vertical bars. After polite discussion with local rivals, Asmel Armorbeard has claimed the position of administrator of the Passionate Tour. Okay? Just making sure that you're all aware of this. It's very important local politics that I'm making you aware of. It seems that we have a report on the seizure of Squish-tailed. It appears that the Spear of Strength defeated the humid hex of the Tick of Beasts and took over Squish-tailed, and the new government was called the Passionate Tour. They slaughtered the one goblin who was left remaining, and now it's under my control. Damn right it is. Which means now I can go here and I can request workers and be like, all right, you dorks. Send back everybody except for maybe, like, one of them. Make request. Go get him, Sazier. I don't think I've built it, actually. I was gonna put it in the queen's spaces, but unless I put it up, no, I never actually did. I'm just waiting for this to be done. Hey, chat. Can I get a Vile Force of Darkness for our glorious victory against the enemy? Successfully taking over that one spot. Meanwhile, Darius has 2 lovers? Bro. All right, with that done, I can now go over to here and just be like, this now Craft Dwarf Guild. Okay, so now that I've done all that, statue. There you are. Then I made 2 more, which I was going to put into the bedroom of the queen. We'll see how they turned out in a moment. I'm sure they won't take too long. Boulders or... Oh, wow, you're not wrong. I never actually saw this. We'll get rid of them. Give me a sec. And I think they smelled my artifact, chat. Look at them all. Okay, so the aluminum one is an image of by Bearded Donis of Giant Slayer, who is laboring. The artwork relates to the settling of Giant Slayer in the in Ancientgrease in the year 250. This one over here is a brass statue, which is an image of the settling of the dwarf Giant Slayer in same year. And the last one is an image of Giant Slayer. The arc relates to the settling of the in 258. I very much deplore these dwarves' sense of creativity. Let's see our request of White 'cause White. My population should climb a little bit. Maybe that'll also make her happy with her bedroom. We'll see. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There goes another Kia. A Kia stole an aluminum goblet. Those monsters. Thankfully, one of my dwarves tried to fend it off, but had to jump away from the Kia. They valued him as a member of society, you know? I mean, he joined here, he came here, he settled here. So that's kind of how I'm seeing it. A valued member of the community, you know? Like, yes, he died with his guts hanging out and they haven't cleaned all of his blood up yet, but like, yes, all of it, there's just this long-ass line of his blood from where he died. So, two things. One, I have no recollection of naming Jam Jalopy. I guarantee you I did it, but no recollection. Jam Jalopy has been appointed to the position of Baron of Branded Arthen, and your last name is Mortal Door. Is that like Gate to Hell? I do recall Mortal Door. Also, Salicon has been appointed to the position of Baron of Ramhells the Blunt Might. The Blunt might win this fight. They haven't even finished the siege yet. I guess I'm getting some more nobles, Trent. So who's excited for Dwarf Fortress's 20th anniversary? And who else is like, oh god, I just shriveled up and became a fossil? Because that's kind of how I felt. Oh, they're back. Let's see how they did. So I just went and attacked a totally random goblin location called Wraith Obscure. And they attacked, and Eurystheus led the attack, and they were outmatched the goblin with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. Led by the dwarf Eurystheus, clashed with a single goblin in Wraith Obscure, slaying them on the goblin Maxu's second toe on his left foot was smashed by the dwarf Aral Boltbear, and the goblin Amaxu Limped Demon? Sure. His left ear was torn off by Aral Boltbear, and the goblins was struck down. So the leader of the squad was struck down. Lanix killed a goblin named Kurlig. Tosid killed a goblin. The muscular spear of strength seized livestock, rampaged throughout, and the rough spider fled Wraith Obscure, and the muscular spear of strength destroyed it. That was way easier than I thought it would be. After clashing with 5 goblins, we slayed them. All right, well, that's good. What do we get? 7 beak dogs, 14 beak dogs, and 16 elk birds. That's a lot of elk bird bacon. Claire who? Sounds too obscure for me. I've never heard of her. You know, somebody I know described the concept of Claire Obscure to me, and I was able to figure out what game she was talking about. So she's just like, her friend came in earlier that day, who I also know, and he'd been playing a video game that he was trying to explain to her, and she had no idea what he was talking about. And so he's just like, or her description of it was, so apparently it's an RPG. I'm like, okay, you're gonna have to narrow it down a bit. And she's like, well, it's an RPG, but like once a year they require a team of people because numbers flash in the sky and they have to match the age of the numbers. I'm like, Claire Obscure? She's like, I think so. Like that was cool. Very easy. I mean, what other expedition would it be? There would be no other expedition. The game that won every single fucking award and then some in 1 year. And they had wholesome costumes. Honestly, highlight of the Game Awards. So, that's a lot of elk birds. The real question is, we're just like on a quest to acquire all the monarchs. Hey, Crosstown Donkey. Thanks for saying so. Appreciate you, mate. So, Salicon is now a baron. Jamuth Jalapiath is also now a baron. I'm gonna, like, what this fortress is gonna end up being is, like, kind of a big, like, work pit, and then just a bunch of wealthy-ass villas up here. Like, I'm having a hard time imagining what else this could become. Maybe, like, a row of wealthy villas, like, down here. That's maybe what I'll end up doing. Because I don't know how else this could go. Well, hopefully it'll make you happy to know, Crosstown Donkey, that there's new big video coming. I got a comment yesterday on the video that I uploaded yesterday. I mentioned this earlier, but I'll mention it again because I think it's funny. Which was, Blind, please upload another hour-long video so that I can sleep, which implies that they can't sleep without my videos. And I would just like to say, please do not depend on my videos as a sole source of ability to sleep, because that's too much pressure. I can't take that. Just the thought of that is stressing me out. So, like, please either rewatch videos or find other videos that are similar in length to watch, as well as my videos, because if I'm your only ability to sleep, you'll only get a good night's sleep every other month. Which, that's not enough. Okay, so that's the one that we destroyed. I'm gonna try and raise another one. Go get him, Eurystheus the shirtless. Out they go. There's a very different cadence between my edited work and the VODs. I'm aware that, like, plenty of people get many a good night's sleep while watching my VODs. But, like, I also kind of get it if people are like, yeah, it's not the same, you know? Like, if you're watching, like, the story of me following COG for 10 years versus me yapping about, I don't know, social politics and, like, how badly I need a nap. I don't think, like, those two things are necessarily, like, comparable, you know? Name an Axe Dwarf Bernard. So, as per the rules, I only have spears and swords, but I could give you a woodcutter named that. Oh, Hellion. That's about as close as I can get, though. I think I literally only have the one. I could assign a second dwarf as a woodcutter, but that's good. Okay. What's the source of the name? Curious if it's an OC or something. Death Razor. No, sorry. Dearth Razors, not Death Razors. Almost as cool. Anyway, she desires little for self in the way of possessions and finds a chaotic mess preferable to the born of harmonious living. Sounds like my little sister when she was 6, and also pretty fit. These dwarves are pretty fitting for Spartans. We landed a good faction. They're all pretty Spartan, if you say. She frowns on any flashy accoutrements, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She has a calm demeanor and often feels discouraged. She finds helping others emotionally rewarding, and she likes a little excitement now and then. She is given to flights of fancy, and she is quick to form negative views about things. She stammers when she's excited, tenses up when she's nervous, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and mastering a skill, I can read, and personally views loyalty unfavorably. Not very Spartan of you. Doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. Very Spartan of you. Doesn't care about art one way or another. Very Spartan of you. And like slate, electrum, green, diamond, waves, flasks, llamas for their jutting teeth, and the words of the intricacy of learning, and when possible prefers to consume Dunkelistius because of its funny name probably, and dwarven ale, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. You have 2 twins, Ledoran and 6, and Ledoran's gone off to war, so good luck to you. No, I have no freaking idea then. That's both out of my interests and above my pay grade. I also refuse to acknowledge Drizzt as a name. Like that, somebody made that up. Which is the truest thing I've said all day, and you cannot deny it. You know, I cannot begin to exclaim the irony of a religious leader being stuck in a cage. In this case. I realize that this is a Craftsdwarf's Guild. Quit spitting truth at my face, okay? You'll hit me. Vivid. Gosh, it's rude. I'm just gonna open this up so this dwarf can like vamos when Vin done. How very Athens of you. I mean, I have to do something with them. Actually, hold on. I wonder. I could just expel them. Oh, never mind, I can't. I could send them to go take over things. But chat, I'll be honest with you. I'm hungry. Yeah, it's the end of my honesty. I'm hungry. Tomorrow's gonna be a long stream probably because tomorrow is the 20th anniversary of Dwarf, and the first 3-ish hours of the stream is gonna be weird. So I'm gonna start probably at the normal time. But I think at 11 a.m. Pacific, whatever 2 p.m. Eastern is, I will actually be streaming or restreaming the Kit Fox 20th anniversary celebration thingy, which is a live stream that they're going to be doing, which includes Zach and Tarn playing the original build of Dwarf Fortress. So we're going to be watching that for like a couple hours tomorrow. And then we'll be continuing with these shenanigans. So that's going to be that's the plan for tomorrow, is we will be restreaming that arena and then chilling. So YouTube folks, I am shutting you guys down first. But if you want to come raid somebody, pop over here onto Twitch, and don't forget to tune in tomorrow for a little bit of a celebration. I'll probably put subs on sale tomorrow. Because that's, I don't know, an excuse to have a sale. Anyway, I'm going to go make me some dinner because your boy's hungry. And then I'm going to go hide in the editing room for a little bit and pluck away at that big video project that I'm working on. That's what I'm going to go do. So do stick around, Twitch folks, so that we can go raid somebody. But YouTube folks, I am shutting you down now. Thank you very much for hanging out. And as always, you know where to find the stuff. By the way, if you don't know, you want to know a secret? It's not a secret. You want to know a secret that some people don't know, so that kind of makes it a secret, sort of. If you go to my blog right now, which is blindirl.com, and you give me your email address, that's it. No money, just an email address. You could give me money, but you don't have to. Then you'll gain access to the most recent post, which includes a teaser for the next video project. So if you want to get a sense of the vibe of the next big video, go to blindirl.com and give me an email address. It doesn't even need to be a real email address, actually. It just needs to be real enough that you can get the code, and then you can immediately unsubscribe once you've looked, but I don't know, that'd be rude. Thanks for watching, YouTube folks. We'll see you on the flip. All right, Twitch chat, you guys ready to go raid Reno? Do a raid a Rooney? I gotta go grab the raid emotes, or the raid music, and I need you guys to grab your favorite emotes and post them in my chat so that we can go yell at somebody who's also playing Dwarf Fortress. Why don't we do that? So please go grab your favorite emotes and post them in my chat. I mean, heck, it could be like a hugging face emoji or like an antsy smiley. But I need to see at least 3 people post their favorite emotes in my chat by the time I get back, or I will throw a temper tantrum for a minute and then just not raid. And you wouldn't want to hurt the Dwarf Fortress community by withholding a raid from them. Come on, guys. You're killing me, Smalls. Besides, I don't lie very often except for when it's funny, and that was definitely me lying. We are going to go yell at somebody who I know is just starting. We're going to go do that. We're going to go yell at DJ Empirical. So, now that the raid music is playing, now is when I actually need you to post some emotes. I will be annoying tomorrow, though, because we didn't make the daily minimum today, so I'm going to have to yap a grap about that a little bit. But, yeah, I'm going to go continue plucking away at all of my stuff and try and get some stuff ready for before the end of the month, because that'd be cool. So, this is a rat. I'm going to shake it. It signifies the raid. Grab your favorite emotes, plop them into his chat when my stream becomes their stream. And thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for spending time here. Thanks for being awesome, chat. Thanks for letting me do this for a living. Don't forget to use your Prime subs here if you have them. And with all of that being said, let's help DJ Empirical get up to 666 followers, because he's currently at 607. He's got a thingy on his stream that says that, and I think that's funny. So let's go help him achieve that. Thank you very much for watching, chat. Take care of yourselves, and I will see you tomorrow on the 20th anniversary of Dwarfaronies. That's all I got. So I could keep listening to the music, or I could click this button and fade off into the blackness. Like Batman. Yep. Just like that. See you tomorrow, chat.